Chapter 1460. After forcibly reducing the distance and advancing at full speed for a few hours, Yin Nuoxing and the rest finally caught the familiar aura of the celestial realm in the void. There were also a large number of complex and destructive auras competing with it for a sense of existence. With a cursory sweep of their souls, they could feel the extent of the chaos in the void. Every aura and every force contained a powerful destructive rule that could turn the void and the land of nothingness upside down. Under Hui, Jing Yuanji, and the rest's desperate persuasion, yes, they were really using their own lives to persuade them, Yin Nuoxing was finally willing to stop and rest for a while. In the last less than 10 minutes of the journey, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had already rested for the long-distance attack. After all, it was the observer who was leading them in the void. At this moment, he should be the one in the worst condition. However, he intended to rush over in this state and risk his life, which almost scared them to death. Minna Wang had already known that Yin Nuoxing and the rest were approaching. She was combining all forces to suppress the attack of the distorted race outside the world ball of light and was preparing to attack by force. We need to arrange a group of people to suppress and defend the world ball of light. Maple and I probably won't participate in this, and Long Sky won't rush in either. Our peak forces will probably fight in the real world. That matter will be left to I Ching. Bring some people to guard the world ball of light. That's the most important thing. If it falls, our chances of winning will fall even lower. Of course, in this situation where the backup is taking over the battlefield, it's already not bad if we can hold down the world ball of light. It's probably unrealistic to use it to give us some advantages, so just guard it. Listening to Huey's arrangement, the group quickly noted down what they had to do and quickly responded. A violent energy collision zone has appeared ahead. It's approaching in 20 seconds. It's the traces of the collision between the distorted energy and the order energy. Green reported loudly and waved his hand. Everyone get ready. After 20 seconds, remove all invisibility and leave the void travel state. Then, follow me to kill. Kill, kill, kill. The first thing that entered their eyes was the huge battle line that extended for tens of millions of li. The scarlet energy was like a galaxy of nebulas that lay in front of them. 300 layers inside and 300 layers outside were all people and humanoid things. Scarlet nebulas and huge derivatives brutally divided the battlefield into hundreds of pieces. Order and distorted energy constantly collided. The peak power of origin that erupted here was definitely not a small number. Moreover, the enemy was not just the chaos derivatives, but also the distorted race experts, and there were quite a number of them. Grandson, Qing Jun's roar, which contained the laws of explosion, resounded through the void, shocking everyone. He led 100 people to descend from the sky like a cyan sun. The mighty momentum that crushed through the void made everyone turn pale with fright. The area covered by their attack was cleared in an instant. Then, the former and the others all rushed towards the distorted clan. The destructive energy of order destruction made the faces of the latter turn green. We stood in the void and calculated the time. He unhurriedly took out the guardian's sacred sword and sacred shield and said to Jing Yuanji beside him, "I'll leave Maple to you. I'll go suppress the void battlefield first." "Be careful, Lord Hui." Jing Yuanji nodded and watched the guardian disappear from sight. Then, she tilted her head and looked at the observer who was sitting cross-legged in the void, plundering the energy of the void to restore himself. She took a few steps back, and her energy surged, guarding against all possible situations. 5 minutes after we left, Yin Nuoxing stood up and stretched her body. She was clearly an energy body, but there were many cracking sounds of bones grinding in her body. Jing Yuanji heard the movement behind her and turned around. "Lord Maple, have you recovered?" "I didn't recover much. I just adjusted my state. My energy won't be used up so easily under normal circumstances." Yin Nuoxing let out a long breath, turned her head, and said to Jing Yuanji, "Let's go and beat them up too." After Hui and the others rushed back and plunged into the battlefield, the stalemate of the battle suddenly changed dramatically. The more than 100 of them seemed to have been holding back their anger all the way. At this moment, they were venting their anger as if their lives depended on it. The noise caused by the fight was more than 10 times bigger than when they first arrived. The people from the Void Court who came to support felt their scalps turn cold and hot. They suddenly remembered the confrontation with them last time and felt that they were courting death. According to the momentum, more than 100 people could probably wipe them all out. Qing Jun led his men down the mountain like a fierce tiger, targeting the high-level and peak experts of the distorted race, as well as some of their commanders, and sent them into the reincarnation road. Bathed in the enemy's blood and a rain of energy, they killed the enemy like a madman. Hui, on the other hand, relied on his advantage of having thick skin to withstand the firepower of millions of troops and rushed into a nebula. He smashed the core into pieces with a shield and detonated the energy of a whole scarlet nebula. The chain reaction of the energy explosion blew a large number of chaotic derivatives into pieces, as well as the 8 original seeds. They were still roaring and slapping their own juniors in the face, slapping them into the land of nothingness. Originally, this group of people had already caused an irreversible change in the battle situation. Then, Yin Nuoxing came, appearing in front of everyone with the firepower of hundreds of millions of troops. Just looking at the continuous array formation covering 1,000,000 miles made both sides weak in the knees. The first burst of energy directly cleared a large area. All troops advance. The world barrier is ours. Min Nuoxing shouted. At this time, she was fighting in her real body. After she went back, she repeatedly chewed on Qing Jun's words several times and felt that it was more convenient to restore her real body. Observer, we need a coordinate guide. Yin Nuoxing glanced back, thought for a while, and said, You don't have to guard the world barrier. You guys continue to fight and eliminate all the enemies left in the void. There are other arrangements inside, but now is not the time. I understand. She nodded and led her people to land on the world barrier. Then, sticking close to the world barrier, she started a massacre. Every time the energy of the void surged, there would be a chaotic derivative or a mid-level origin that would fall. Even if it was a high-level origin, it would be seriously injured in less than 3 rounds in her hands and would be swarmed by others to eliminate it. Yin Nuoxing controlled the array formation to pour hundreds of millions of energy attacks into the void. She found the little angel in the soul. Have you passed the message to Yuan Kong? No problem. Once the creation's barrier is broken, she will use the abyss domain to cover the divine world in an instant. That will buy us 15 seconds. During that time, we will break the barrier and rush in, catching them off guard. The little angel nodded. If they started to attack the world barrier now, it would attract the attention of the people inside. If they mobilized their forces to guard the world barrier, then their plan would fail. At this stage, they were actually planning to lure everyone into the divine world to fight. While the creation's barrier was broken and Long Kong was unable to move, they would kill them one by one. This is our last team. Suddenly, someone in the Void Holy Court shouted. Yin Nuoxing turned around. It was not just the Void Holy Court. The desolate Devil Court and the group of people who had attacked the divine world before seemed to have gathered all their forces. The scale was much larger than the last time. After they all arrived, Yin Nuoxing took back an extraordinarily huge array formation. She waved her hands and changed the pattern of the array formation. She threw it above the void. Realm of Order. Void Fall. The array formation emitted a loud, buzzing sound. A huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the void that had turned purple. It was close to 100 million miles wide, like the array formation. A moment later, the void whirlpool and the array formation slowly approached each other. A few seconds later, it merged into a part of the array formation. It rotated with the countless energy patterns. The excessive amount of void energy that surged into the array formation condensed for a short while. It turned into a huge purple-red energy pillar that fell like a downpour. It brought about a destructive impact on the distorted race and restored the strength of the beings of order. The void was almost filled with people fighting. The battlefront had expanded from tens of millions of miles to even further places. It had turned into a huge, spherical battle zone. Every inch of it was covered by energy. The reinforcements from the distorted race were not weak either. There were two very wide cracks that spat out millions of chaos spawns every second. More than a third of them were chaos spawns. Although they were not even beginner chaos spawns, with such a large number, everyone had to be careful. If this group of chaos spawns focused their attacks, even intermediate chaos spawns would fall here if they were not careful. That crack is a hindrance. Qing Jun sent a huge chaotic derivative flying with a punch. His fierce eyes were fixed on the huge crack in the void. With those two cracks, large derivatives and energy nebulas like these could be infinitely replenished. Although at this rate, they would be completely annihilated sooner or later, in his view, it was still too slow. Qing Jun's eyes were fixed on the huge crack in the void. They were only fighting at the gate. If they looked so tired and rushed into the world to fight the distorted race head-on, wouldn't they be at a disadvantage? Master Hui, I'll go get rid of that crack. Lend me a hand. Don't mess around. Hey! Hui shouted. He saw that Qing Jun had already rushed toward the scarlet crack. Hui could not help but laugh bitterly. He hurriedly rushed over with his shield and sacred sword. The two of them approached the area of the crack in 3 seconds. All the nearby derivatives and distorted race powerhouses, regardless of whether they were fighting or not, sent out powerful energy blasts towards this place. Suddenly, 4 chaos derivatives, each 100,000 miles in size, appeared in the void. They did not appear for a long time. They were actually guarding this place. Sacred barrier, counter. Hui held the shield in his left hand and smashed it into the void. The sacred barrier expanded to a size of 10,000 feet. Golden energy flashed and jumped on the barrier. All the energy that rushed overfroze after colliding with the golden barrier. In the next second, as if time had reversed and cause and effect had reversed, the distorted energy that was like an ocean surged in the direction where it came from. All of it was returned to the distorted race experts and the chaos spawns. Qing Jun took advantage of this moment to rush to the front of the crack. When he smashed his fist down, it was as if he had hit a shadow. The crack only rippled like water and did not suffer any substantial damage. This crack is a little strange. Master Hui, didn't we destroy their world? Why is there such a crack now? Hui replied as he focused his attention on defense. Probably because they brought it with them in their own world, just like Maple who brought 36 worlds full of energy with him. But he is a special model, and normal people would not be able to cope with the pressure of 36 worlds on their mind and soul. But surely they would allow others to bring a dozen or so chaos spawn bodies to create a land, right? Qing Jun scratched his head. It seemed like this was the case. But how could he destroy this thing at this time? His fist was stained with the destructive power of order and rules. This punch did not cause any damage to the crack. He did not even touch the crack. How could he do it? After throwing hundreds of thousands of punches in 10 seconds, he could only watch as the crack rippled like the surface of a lake in the rain without any sign of damage. Qing Jun was also anxious. The battlefield was changing rapidly. He had been delayed here for more than 10 seconds and did nothing. It was easy to drag the rhythm and cause trouble. He quickly raised his right hand, breathed deeply in his dantian, and shouted, "Beauty, wisdom, and violence in one, a great view." A wash-basin-sized array was suddenly pasted on his face, and Yin Nuoxing's voice was heard. "What are you shouting for? I'm not here. Do you think I'm in the Guardian Temple? You still need to summon? Can't you just use the soul seed? If you have something to say it quickly." Qing Jun gave a hollow laugh. He quickly grabbed the array and pressed it against the crack. Then, he quickly said something with the power of the soul. Yin Nuoxing took a few seconds to look at the crack while the void was being bombarded indiscriminately. She narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "Shadow and the mirror, twin coexistence." Qing Jun was bombarded with energy from at least 10,000 directions. He jumped up and down from the bombardment, but he didn't forget to reply, "What do you mean?" The two opposite cracks are each other's substance and shadow. They are parallel to each other in all directions, so it's useless for you to directly bombard the crack. There should be a core hidden in the void that needs to be broken by the energy of the rules of order. Take my array and look for it. I have to beat someone up. Yunuashing finished quickly and turned her attention to her endless sea of arrays. After listening, Qing-jun had time to defend and counterattack. He blasted out hundreds of thousands of afterimages with one punch, smashing the guys who had been beating him for most of the day into pieces. With a creak, he clamped the wash basin-sized array and swayed rapidly in the void. Phew, I didn't expect that I would also be reduced to doing this kind of special mission. Lord Hui. Lord Feng gave. I'm busy. You go. Quick. In the dark void, sacred golden energy erupted like an ocean. The aftermath of the energy explosion made the sacred energy fall from the void like a light curtain. On the other side, we had already met the countless enemies who had their eyes focused on this place. They had broken into an important strategic location of the distorted race. The forces besieging the two of them were as crazy as they could be. It seemed that there was no way for them to come out and help. Qing-jun could only brace himself and walk around the area with the array Yin Nuashin gave him. He couldn't sense the existence of any core at all. Got it! Qing-jun suddenly shouted very excitedly. He braved the thousands of firepower and passed through the rain of bullets. He suddenly stopped in a seemingly empty void. With a loud cry, he smashed the array in his hand in front of him. Bang! The purple and black void in front of him quickly cracked open. The void suddenly burst open, revealing a place of nothingness. Then a scarlet sphere with a bumpy surface was exposed in front of him. There were some traces of black energy on the surface of the sphere, a bit like the energy of the demon shadow that Lord Feng showed them. He was still watching when the black energy suddenly skyrocketed, and the surrounding void looked like it was squirming like liquid. Qing-jun was in a hurry to deal with the energy of many high-level and peak sources that smashed on his head. After a while, he finally couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. He simply ignored the attack behind him and slapped the array with the power to flatten the void towards the spherical core. Boom! No one knew whether it was the palm or the magic circle that made contact with the core, but a scarlet energy storm suddenly erupted. Then, the two cracks stopped spewing out chaos derivatives, and their color became even dimmer. After a few seconds of delay, the cracks in an area of about 10 feet erupted with continuous energy explosions, rapidly spreading from the tail end to the furthest end. The wide canyon-like crack was falling apart. First, its mirror-like body was thrown into the void, becoming a touchable target. The energy shock waves from the explosions also burst out in the void, blowing away the nearby distorted clan members. Lord Hui, roar. Let's go to the next one. Qing-jun had no time to watch this magnificent scene of energy explosion. He bent his waist and fled in the void. The distorted race were looking for him like crazy. It seemed that he had destroyed their most important thing. He found the right time to rush to Huey's sacred barrier. Only then did he catch his breath. His robe was tattered and his face was gray. Good. Let's move quickly. Hui waved his hands, and the divine barrier suddenly shrank. Then, like a shock wave, it suddenly spread out and dispersed all the energy that was madly attacking them. Even the derivatives and the distorted who had rushed up to shake their barrier in melee were crushed by the shockwave. Hui pulled Qing-jun along a few times and blended into the battlefield like a fish in the sea. He also deliberately circled the area surrounded by Yun Nuashing's firepower to greet her. Then, he hurried to the other end of the void, where there were two other cracks. Yin Nuashing waved her hand and threw out 6 magic circles. 3 of them formed a triangle around Hui, and I Ching like a protective magic circle. The two suddenly felt a lot more at ease. Then, the former turned the magic circle in the direction of the distant crack. After 5 seconds of energy gathering, an energy flash comparable to the moment when the world was first opened disintegrated the distorted race and the entire void into ashes. At this time, the two took advantage of the chaos to approach the area of the crack. Go! I'll hold off. The chaos did not last for more than 20 seconds. The experts of the distorted race gathered once again. Finding a place, Hui immediately turned around and activated the divine barrier to its maximum, blocking off another storm of energy. Qing Jun, on the other hand, grabbed the three formations and smashed his fists into the void. The two cracks spat out more Origin Realm derivatives and seemed to have a tighter defense. It took him tens of thousands of punches to break open the cracks. Before the enemies could surround them, he used a formation given to him by Yun Nuo to detonate the spherical core. Hui once again pulled him along and fled without a trace. The enemy had obviously shifted their attention. When Hui and Qing Jun wanted to directly rush to the third crack, they encountered an extremely crazy counterattack. There was even a peak Origin Realm expert who rushed over to meet Qing Jun. If it was any other time, he would have stopped and fought with him. But now, he had a special mission and had no time to play with him. Retreat 1 kilometer in 5 seconds. Just when Qing Jun was about to gather all his energy to blast the enemy in front of him into dregs in one go, the voice that suddenly rang in his mind made him shiver. He secretly nodded his head, then gritted his teeth and fought wildly with the enemy in front of him. But he just didn't want to kill him. Retreat. Buzz. After Qing Jun shook off the enemy with a kick and retreated, just as he stabilized his line of sight, he suddenly saw a huge torrent of energy, perhaps hundreds of thousands of miles long, whizzing past in front of him, causing the void to roar and tremble. It was unknown how many times this energy had been used to clear the battlefield, but every time it appeared, it would make both sides tremble. Boom! After setting off fireworks at the last crack, Qing Jun did not have the strength to run. Gasping for breath, he stretched out his hand to let Hui pull him. The two of them quickly retreated. Hui slapped away the attack in front of him and moved closer to Yin Nuoxing while asking, "How is it? Can you still hold on?" Qing Jun gasped and waved his hand. "It's okay. It's just that the consumption is too great." Huh. Lord Feng's array consumes not only energy, but also physical strength. In short, I'm almost to my limit. I may not be able to fight inside later. When it came to the inside, Huey's expression flickered. Counting the time, it should be about time. This sentence was also said to Yun Nuoxing. He was reminding the latter, "Commander, it's time to judge the situation." If it's time, Yun Nuoxing knew what he meant. She looked at the situation in front of her and calculated the situation inside the world by the way. After waiting for 5 minutes, she suddenly waved her hand vigorously. All the arrays expanded to the maximum, and the range of coverage increased by more than 100 times. Everyone, attack with all your strength. Chapter 1461. After the 3 pairs of chaos spawns that occupied the main strategic positions were destroyed, the distorted champions guarding the void collapsed to the point of no return. A large number of chaos spawns that were not of much use and did not fuse were recalled, and with the last of their numbers, they fused into a few huge scarlet nebulas and giant chaos spawns. The champions of the distorted race also assumed a defensive posture. A powerful light of energy flowed in Yun Nuoxing's eyes. He only relied on a map that appeared in his mind to determine the situation in the divine realm, the situation in the creation's barrier, and the best time to attack. Now was the time. The magic circles that he was facing in all directions had all changed directions because the distorted race had all gathered together. They were all facing the distorted race and the world light behind them. At first glance, it looked like the distorted race were the destroyers who came to destroy the world, and the distorted race were the guardians. It was really funny. Don't tell me you think that we need to spend so much effort to deal with you, just because you can hold us back for a while. Yin Nuoxing muttered to himself and sneered. His right hand casually waved a few times in the void, and all the magic circles behind him began to fold back, layer by layer. The smaller magic circles were like rings in the center of the larger magic circles, and the larger magic circles would be encircled by the larger magic circles. Finally, 10 huge pyramid-shaped magic circles were formed in a row, with the top and smallest magic circles pointing at the distorted race and the world barrier behind them. Don't think that I won't dare to attack, just because you have the world barrier behind you. Coincidentally, he had planned to penetrate the distorted race and the world barrier together. The defense line in the void that Zhang Kong left in the void had 3 peak-level champions. The 3 of them should be the trump card, but before they could do anything, they were swarmed by the 8 big guys. Although there were only about 100 of them who came back from the Middle Realm, they were still the elites of the elites. Rather than saying that it was a tough battle, it was actually more like a tough battle. If they wanted to end the battle in the void, they did not even need to launch such a large-scale battle. All they needed to do was to sweep the entire battlefield with one disintegration of order. Even if Zhang Kong had entered the realm of Yuanshi, he would not dare to take it head-on. Disintegration of order was especially harmful to life forms on the chaotic plane like them. But even so, Yin Nuoxing could not help but praise the battle of the distorted race. Their cooperation was perfect, and it was a special way of fighting against the world of order. It was too targeted, allowing them to recover from the passivity of the world of order. They were able to adapt according to the situation, but they did not lose their craziness. They could seize any small opportunity to break up the teams of the world of order, such as the Void Court and the other world of order, which did not have much tacit understanding with each other, so they could not unite. This kind of fighting style that liked to tangle with the enemy and completely treated them as prey. They could attack or retreat at will, and even if they died, they would take a bite out of them. This style of fighting was indeed a huge threat to the forces of the world of order. However, they, including Zhang Kong himself, might not have considered the existence of Yin Nuoxing, the ultimate champion of the dark side of the world of order. Although it was not clear how this title came about, there was a saying that the strongest defense and strongest attack of order were the 2 priesthoods of the world of gods. From some information, it seemed that because Hui was recognized as the strongest defense of order, there was a saying that Yin Nuoxing was the strongest attack of order. Although it was just a guess, it was also a fact. He did not need any tactics. He was not a general, and in fact, he was not a very good commander. He was just a warrior. A warrior only needed to charge and break through the enemy lines. Since 5 minutes ago, Hui, Min Nuoxing, and the others had all stopped attacking. It seemed that they were facing off against the distorted race. However, they were all standing behind Yin Nuoxing's magic circle. These 5 minutes were the strangest 5 minutes in the void. It was terrifyingly quiet. It was so quiet, but the void did not stop surging. The weather is chaotic, and order is unbalanced. Don't block the way, ants. The 10 magic circles turned into a huge silver-blue mirror. There was no energy fluctuation, no energy aura. When the 10 mirrors appeared, the void and order quietly melted. There was no trace of destructive energy at all. It was as if it was a natural phenomenon. Turn around. We had been guessing what method his old friend would use to defeat the enemy since 5 minutes ago. However, he did not expect that his old friend would raise his hand and use 10-order disintegration. He was so scared that he almost swallowed his tongue. If you don't want to become colorblind in the next half a month, turn around. Hurry. The members of the Void Holy Court and the Desolate Devil Holy Court trembled when they heard Huey's words. Coupled with the shock in Huey's voice, everyone quickly turned their heads and turned their backs to the magic circle. The moment they turned their heads, they felt a sudden burst of dazzling light behind them. Then, the world faded into a dead gray. They could not feel any movement behind them. They could not see anything. They could only instinctively feel that something terrible had happened behind them. If they dared to turn around, they would be hurt. Such instincts drove some people to walk away and squat down with their hands on their heads. Silver needles, each of which seemed to condense a part of the void and order, poured out like a torrential rain. They condensed into 10 silver-blue energy beams that were not very dense. In an instant, they rushed to the front of the distorted race's defensive line. The whole world suddenly melted. The concept of void and nothingness disappeared. With a buzzing sound, the gray of the collapsed void gradually faded. The world was dyed with color again. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound echoed in the void. It seemed to be the wail of the collapse of the order and order. When they felt that the movement behind them was gradually decreasing, Everyone hesitated for a moment. They slowly turned their heads and then widened their eyes. A huge crack that was probably tens of millions of miles wide was like a trace of fire burning through the middle of a piece of paper. It was like a scar on the earth that was burned by fire. The edge of the scar was still burning red. It was constantly expanding, and it was tearing the scar and the void even bigger. In front of them was an empty space. The enemies just now had all disappeared. As for the light of the world in front of them, only 2/3 of it was left. The destroyed part was wrapped in the energy of order, and the void did not surge in. Minahi and the others silently calculated their combat power. Then they discovered a shocking fact. If they were to string together, theoretically, the observer would be able to kill them all in one shot. The Lord of the Void Court looked at Yun Yaxing with a strange gaze and muttered in his heart, "Why does this guy even destroy his own world when he fights? You all wait here for 10. No, let's go in first. Count down from 7 minutes and 20 seconds from when I finish speaking. Don't delay 1 second, or you will be affected." Yin Yaxing turned to her and said quickly. Then he threw out his and Huey's keepsake and said, "Let your people, all of them, be infected with this aura, energy identification, so that you won't be accidentally hurt by us." Min took the 2 tokens and nodded. She couldn't help but blush a little when she recalled his fighting style just now. Indeed, they needed an energy identification system. Otherwise, they would be affected at any time. They didn't have one just now. Didn't that mean that he actually went easy on them during the battle just now? Time's up. Yin Yaxing's eyes slowly turned silver. He waved his hand and shouted in the void, "Warriors of the celestial realm, everyone attack, kill. Let them have a taste of the power of order." Outside the celestial realm, Long Kong suddenly looked up into the starry sky. He saw that the edge of the starry sky was burning as a ring of burning red light was expanding little by little. He looked back expressionlessly. The scarlet energy nebula surrounded the celestial realm. Every time the nebula contracted, a scarlet energy bolt as wide as a galaxy would burst out and stick to the creation's barrier. Within a few seconds, it would cause tens of thousands of energy impacts. The energy flames that burst out lit up the entire starry sky, as if a new galaxy was being born here. The creation's barrier, the strongest defense of the celestial realm. Long Kong looked at the barrier that was flashing crazily in front of him. His eyes flashed with a hint of scarlet. He slowly raised his hand and looked at the creation's barrier that was getting dimmer and dimmer. Then he waved his hand violently. A huge energy palm suddenly rushed out of the scarlet nebula and pressed down on the flashing barrier with its claws open. Boom! The entire creation's barrier burst into a dazzling light, as if it was the creation of the world. The sacred golden and silver light lit up the void. A sudden burst of counterattack energy made all the attacks of the warped champions miss. The nebula that surrounded the celestial realm was scattered by this sacred impact. It was as if the largest quasar in the starry sky had been ignited. The impact of the light lasted for a moment before it began to dissipate. Everyone slowly came back to their senses. The world in front of them had lost the shroud of the creation's barrier. It had become even more magnificent. They could even feel the primordial aura that the torrent of time had left in this world. This was an unparalleled world, and it was now exposed in front of them without any defenses. Let's use this spectacular scene as the spark that will ignite the fall of the celestial realm. Looking at the dazzling scene, Vaskai opened his arms. All troops, encircle the enemy and advance. The great nebula will guard the border of the celestial realm and seal this world. Don't be merciful. The celestial realm is ours. While vast sky was still calmly commanding, a loud crashing sound suddenly rang out in the starry sky. It was like the surging tide, and the seawater was stirred up. This sudden sound stunned everyone. Vast Sky even raised his hand vigilantly. Everyone from the distorted race very tacitly stopped their advance. The great nebula that had merged into one continued to stir and churn, preparing to deal with the enemy's counterattack at any time. The scene suddenly became very quiet. The celestial realm's counterattack did not appear. The whole world was so quiet that it was as if what happened here was not a big deal. Everyone frowned in confusion. If the people of the celestial realm were to say that they had given up struggling and gave up the world, they would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. Maintain the formation. Giants, go to the front of the formation to guard. Open up the path and activate the distortion barrier. The moment we enter the celestial realm, everyone scatter and lay down the seal. Crash. Vast Sky said as he waved his hand. At this time, the crashing sound rang out again, causing him and the others to be stunned. Everyone's eyes fell on him. He frowned and lowered his head, looking at his hands. He saw gold and silver chains that were as thick as his arms wrapped around his hands and body. Moreover, he was shocked to find that even his spirit and soul were entangled in such chains. After experiencing the initial panic, Vast Sky quickly calmed down. After carefully sensing it, his expression suddenly changed. My power has been sealed? This level of seal? Give me a while, and I can break it. But Vast Sky's pupils suddenly shrank. But in just a while, how long can your people last? A low laughter resounded in the starry sky, causing the expressions of the distorted race to change. One end of the great nebula suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. Gold and silver light gathered, like a sun blooming with the strongest light, breaking through the seal of the nebula and illuminating the starry sky. Boom! A huge gold and silver energy beam broke through the seal of the great nebula and fell on the land of the God realm. The excessive energy turned into a huge circle of energy fire that spread across the entire God realm from the point of impact. Then, it turned into a huge golden array and a silver array that enveloped the God realm. In the starry sky, figures flashed and fell on the God realm. Yin Nuoxing and Hui were the first to descend from the starlight, followed by Jing Yuanji, Yi Qing, Monarch Green, and the others. The former two waved their hands fiercely. Stand up, warriors of the God realm, for the world of order, for the God realm, for our glory and pride. Give them a thunderbolt. An energy that was like the might of the heavens erupted with the God realm as the center, majestically spreading through the void. In the area covered by the two arrays, figures appeared along with the descending starlight. It was as if a rain of stars had descended. Figures that contained a huge amount of power rushed out on the starlight, like the embodiment of the starry sky. Little ones, set up the array. Let them see how powerful we are. Qing Jun's hands glowed with dark blue light. With a roar, he smashed his fists into the void. Behind him, thousands of figures rushed over. Energy towers emerged in the void one after another, and the abundant light of energy made people's eyes stinging. Looking at the people of the God realm who had suddenly erupted, Chong Kong narrowed his eyes and slowly pointed forward. Warriors of the Curse clan, advance and take down the God realm. For the eternal curse, countless crimson radiances erupted in the starry skies. Deafening roars that contained the power of laws resounded throughout the entire void, responding to the battle cries of everyone in the divine realm. Rifts that were at least 100,000 miles wide burst out of the void with rumbling sounds, forming a circle with the divine realm at the center. Several crimson waterfalls gushed out of the rifts like rivers of blood. Billions of chaos spawns landed in the space of the divine realm and rapidly gathered together, forming into clusters of nebulas or giant spawns that fearlessly lunged at the warriors of the divine realm. This is my territory, Yin Nuoxing roared angrily. The two arrays that covered the God realm in the sky and on the ground suddenly began to rotate. Silver energy pillars shot out from the ground like a fountain, crashing into the golden array in the sky. Then, they turned into a rain of golden energy that fell down. The light of order shrouded all living beings. He waved his hand again and was about to activate the array. After sensing for a moment, he did not feel any reaction at all. He could not help but be stunned. His gaze suddenly turned to Chong Kong, who was hanging at the edge of the God realm and could not do anything. The latter met his gaze and smiled. It's very inconvenient without an array, isn't it? Don't you think it's very interesting to use a method that you are familiar with to deal with you? Yun Nuashing did not even think about it before he took out the Nether Void sword. His body was surging with golden and silver energy. He raised the Nether Void sword high in his right hand, and with a shout, he slashed it down fiercely. A golden and silver sword light that was hundreds of millions of miles wide and tall burst out with an energy that was enough to overturn the sea of void. It flattened everything in front of it. Finally, it gushed out from the edge of the god realm and crashed into the great nebula. That great nebula stopped moving in an instant, and a huge hole that reflected the boundless starry sky appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chong Kong. Interesting. As expected of the observer, Yun Nuashing rushed into the army like a beast in human form. He swept through the army like a king who looked down on the world, let alone those who were at the pinnacle of origin. Even those who were at the pinnacle of origin could not stop him. In this world of order, he was probably the only one who could stop this humanoid chaos. He was practically the incarnation of chaos. His existence, his life, seemed to be to bestow chaos to every corner of the world. Looking at Feng Ling madly rushing into the army of the distorted clan and even blowing up a pair of chaos cracks across the void, Chong Kong's eyes suddenly twitched. He saw through the world of order, saw through the god realm, but there was no way for him to see through this person in front of him. He had once put himself in Feng Ling's shoes to calculate his movements and any actions he might take. Because of this, he had come up with countless results. However, today's scene was still beyond his expectations. He spent a lot of energy to suppress the magic circles of the god realm first, but Feng Ling still smashed out 2 magic circles in front of him. However, this seemed to be the limit, and he could not use any more magic circles. Just when he thought that this would be enough to suppress his greatest enemy, Feng Ling suddenly took out a huge sword and turned from an energy master into a warrior. And he could also fight. Even if he was suppressed, Feng Ling was still a threat that could not be weakened. Manifestation of the void, fall of the stars. Yun Nuashing raised her hand and shot a torrent of energy at the magic circle in the sky. A moment later, the countless worlds in the void and the thousands of stars in the void all crossed the void and gathered here, descending from the golden magic circle with a loud bang. What poured down were pillars of energy that were hundreds of thousands of feet tall, and the rich aura of the stars swept across the entire world. The 2 magic circles limited the area of their battle, and no matter how vast the energy was, it would not destroy the land of the god realm. No matter how many small fries there are, they are still small fries. Yun Nuashing suddenly came to a stop. A cold light flashed from the Nether Void sword and cleared the area around him. The numbers you're so proud of, the chaos power you're so proud of, the power you've planned for countless years, will all fall before your very eyes now. When Hui blocked the enemy's attack, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He quickly turned around and saw that Yun Nuashing had stopped moving, and the dark red aura on her body flowed like a tsunami. He instantly understood something, and his hair stood on end. He shouted to everyone in his soul, "Everyone retreat. Reverse the identification energy on your body. Otherwise, you'll be swept away by Maple's energy storm." Everyone's hair stood on end, and they hurriedly repelled their opponent and reversed the energy flow of the 2 magic circles on their bodies. As soon as they did this, they saw Yun Nuashing raising the Netherworld Ruin's sword and thrusting it into the void in front of him. His body also fell to one knee. Void, boundless chaos. A dark red, ball-shaped energy shockwave exploded from Yun Nuashing's body. The chaotic energy was so violent that it could reset the void into the most primitive moment of heaven and earth, and like a storm, it brought with it endless destructive energy that swept across the world and the limits of their knowledge. Terrifying dark red shockwaves spread out from her body like a tsunami, shattering the void. Everything they knew in this world collapsed in this wave. The moment the ball-shaped energy shockwave exploded, everyone only felt that their vision was drowned by the dark red. The entire world including themselves, seemed to have been forcefully shaken into dozens of shadows by the energy. Their bodies melted into the shadows, and they could not find themselves. Hui and the other people in the heavenly realm had identification energy, so this feeling was very weak. It was like being swept by a high-frequency sound wave, and their vision became dozens of overlapping layers. Boom! The chaotic energy storm blasted all the experts of the distorted clan hundreds of thousands of miles away. Everyone's aura was shaken away by 30 to 40%. Their blood and chi were not flowing smoothly, and their souls and spirits lost the perfect synchronization rate with their bodies. Because of this, 1/3 of the great nebula dissipated. Chong Kong, who was trapped in the Creator's seal, felt short of breath. There were countless strange feelings all over his body. It was as if he was going against himself, and there was an irreconcilable dispute between his left and right brain. The chaotic energy storm lasted for 10 seconds before it stopped. However, everyone felt that the scene of the tsunami had lasted for as long as an era. The whole world had become a storm, and it was completely silent. Good observer. Chong Kong fiercely wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a layer of black energy mist on his hand. He could not help but be stunned. However, the mist quietly dissipated. He checked his condition and found no problem, so he treated it as the aftereffect of the attack just now. Chapter 1462. The deathly stillness did not last for long. Amidst a series of roars, the battlefield returned to its previous state of chaos. Furthermore, because the distorted race was heavily injured, the aura that erupted from the celestial realm was even more majestic and frenzied. Yin Nuashing pulled out the Netheruan sword, turned into a shadow, and charged into the enemy's formation. He unleashed his unparalleled killing spree. Every time he killed an enemy of any kind, the dark red light in his eyes would become brighter, and the Netheruan sword would gradually emit a purplish black light. He was like a god of death. Wherever he went, a large swathe of enemies would fall in an instant. At this rate, even if the distorted race brought 200 cracks, it would not be enough. After the void, boundless chaos attack, not a single one of the chaos spawns was left alive. Damn it! Damn it! Seeing the people on his side fall like wheat being harvested, Vaskai's rage reached its peak. Feng Ling and the others knew that even if he was trapped, they would not be able to do anything to him, who was in the primeval realm. Hence, they did not cause trouble for him from the start. They only restrained him, then turned to kill all the people he brought with him. Finally, they slowly surrounded him. With the latter's power that completely defied the laws, he was afraid that he would be killed here in the end. Vaskai suddenly calmed down completely. He could not care too much anymore. Those things that he originally wanted to keep as his trump cards now needed to be used. If he did not flip the cards now, he might not have the chance to use them anymore. It's your turn. The majestic torrent of energy let out a violent roar in the void. Powerful energy shockwaves tore the void and the void apart. The combined energy barrier erected by both sides on the battlefield rippled under the impact. The tactics and arrangements of both sides were vaguely communicated to each other through their souls. Or perhaps they didn't need to use these things at all. All they needed to do was to pick up a brick and smash it on the enemy's head. The distorted race was losing ground on the battlefield of the celestial realm. The outcome of the battle could already be seen without waiting for the final moment. Everyone thought so. Lord Feng, I just heard a piece of information. I Ching, who was guarding the concept level of the laws, suddenly sent a message. Yin Nuashing, who was charging forward, paused slightly. He thought for a moment. Tell Hui that he doesn't have enough brains right now. I Ching. That's what Lord Hui said just now. Yin Nuashing. Then we'll talk later. During the fierce battle, the celestial realm space suddenly cracked open, and the surrounding people were stunned. And the crack suddenly expanded. It expanded to 10,000 miles wide. They could almost see the cracks in the space. And space. And the crack. The distortion of the world of the crack, the distorted energy from the crack, of energy, and to the of the world of, to the of, cause, the sky, of the realm to the of realm, of the of the race, realm and the of, were of ons, the of them, was of the of, was of course, the of, boom. However, before they knew what it was, a powerful energy shock wave suddenly erupted from behind the crack. A storm swept through the entire starry sky, connecting the sky and earth of the divine world. That was the energy of Yin Nua's star. He did not retreat and was still fighting with the distorted clan behind the crack. Even though he was fighting alone, his momentum was even more violent than before. Lord Feng, Jing Yuanji looked at the movement behind the crack. She sensed Yin Nuoxing's aura. She wanted to rush over to help, but Hui pulled her back. He shook his head. Feng, don't worry. Let's guard against this crack first. I have a very bad feeling about this. No matter what comes out of the crack, don't show any mercy. That's their power, our enemy. Yin Nuoxing's strange voice sounded in the minds of the celestial realm's warriors. Hui's heart slowly sank because of this sentence. He did not know if Yin Nuoxing had understood or sensed something, but this sentence was basically a declaration to him. Okay, something has happened, and it's over. However, some things were not difficult to imagine. He had also guessed many outcomes, but what would they be like? After the crack was completely opened and stopped, a dense scarlet energy cloud suddenly gushed out from the crack. The scene of the mist gushing out in an instant startled everyone. After being vigilant for a while, everyone's nerves overreacted when they suddenly saw this situation. They raised their hands and threw a counterattack energy towards the crack. Torrents of energy that penetrated the void instantly cut through the space and tore the mist that had not yet spread far into pieces. Suddenly, a huge energy aura burst out from the crack, bringing with it a sense of order and chaos. Moreover, it also contained countless resentment and emotions. The condensed emotions made the world dim a little. Lord Hui, that information. I Ching felt that the battle had suddenly eased and quickly found an opportunity to speak. Speak. The void battlefront has fallen in the past 2 or 3 days. Hui Gang waved his shield and holy sword, but was suddenly stunned. What did you say? I may not have rested well and did not hear clearly. Lord Hui, the Void First City and the other Void battlefront guarding the Void blockade have all fallen, but the Void blockade is not damaged. This is the news that our people who escaped from the Void First City brought back. I Ching said in an extremely serious and solemn tone. The Void blockade is not damaged, but the Void battlefront has fallen? Hui was stunned when he heard this. This was like the eggshell was not broken, but the egg white was gone. Wasn't that the same as nonsense? How could such a thing happen? Hui Gang raised his head and looked forward. His eyes gradually turned from dull to incomparably dignified. Oh, I think I understand the situation. A scarlet waterfall gushed out of the fissure, accompanied by a large flock of birds, a large flock of humanoid and humanoid life forms. Among the latter, there were many oddly shaped mutants with humanoid bodies. Some of them were hundreds of times larger than normal humans, and their arms were as thick as pillars. Without exception, they all had a pair of red eyes, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws ferociously. It seemed that their intelligence had been extinguished by the twisting energy. Reinforcements. This was the answer that popped up in the hearts of the people of the celestial realm. However, at this time, they could not figure out where the distorted clan's reinforcements came from. There was no way to calculate the upper and lower limits of this batch of reinforcements. The situation in front of them did not give them much time to slowly calculate. The army was already in front of them, and they could only prepare for battle. Then, as the enemy got closer and closer, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why is there order in them? Qing Jun murmured in astonishment. This was also the common answer in everyone's hearts. This surprise only made everyone pause for a moment, and the next second, they all entered a state of battle. All kinds of energy torrents burst out with an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. Hui Gang's eyes flickered. He seemed to have seen something from those people. Suddenly, he rushed out of the formation. The holy sword in his hand flashed and disappeared. He grabbed a humanoid life form that was suspected to be from the distorted clan at the forefront with one claw. In an instant, a huge amount of divine energy erupted from his hand, not to destroy the person in his hand, but to defeat all the distorted aura on him. The effect was immediate. The scarlet in the eyes of the figure suddenly dissipated a lot, but it did not completely recover. His eyes only showed some clarity. Hui Gang grabbed him and returned to the rear of the formation. He grabbed his shoulder and shook him a few times. "Wake up, who are you? What happened?" The man's face was full of horror. He made a few meaningless syllables. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Hui Gang's shoulder. His horror turned into a trace of pleading. He raised his trembling finger and pointed to his eyebrows. Trembling, he said, "Take, go, free us." Hui Gang squinted slightly. Take. He was referring to the remnant of his soul at the moment. His soul was almost completely extinguished. Just a little longer and it would... No, it had already begun. His spiritual flame had begun to extinguish when he left the power of distortion. At this moment, he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. The light in his eyes had completely dimmed. His body was gradually turning into ashes and dissipating in the world. Only a weak soul was still hanging on. The faint flickering light seemed to be pleading. Hui Gang reached out and caught the soul. He took the soul that was about to extinguish and held it in his hand. The power of the soul drilled into it without encountering any obstacles. He also understood everything in just a few seconds. He saw the scene of the void battlefront disintegrating from the inside. The divine realm could defeat the entire void battlefront in one go. He just did not expect the distorted race to be able to do it too. After all, that battlefront gathered 50 to 60% of the main combat power of the world of order before the time axis resonated. Long Sky and the others had used an extremely insidious trick. Although he did not know how they got the abyssal death Miss Crystal, they probably could not escape from the fact that they were involved with the underworld. The ball of soul light in his hand shattered into light with a crisp sound. He had experienced the conflict and confrontation between the powers of order and chaos. His body and soul were the battlefield, and he couldn't withstand it. In order to recover that moment of clarity, in order to say those words, he had exhausted everything. When he and the others couldn't even be sure of whether they were order or chaos, now that they were dead, they even had to calculate the probability of entering the path of reincarnation. This is what I have been reminding you of. The greatest danger in the war between order and non-order. An indifferent voice rang in their ears. Hui and the people around him were stunned. They turned their heads and saw Yun Nuashing floating in the air with a dark red cloud. The energy in her body was still surging. After going through that period of battle, she did not feel tired at all. She patted Huey's shoulder. "I have received your message. Combined with I Ching's information, they may be the order beings in the void battlefront that were distorted by the abyssal death mist and the abyssal death mist. My condolences, we can't save them. But there is no turning back from the beginning of this war. If they don't die, we and the entire world of order will be defeated together. Being purified by the power of order is also a kind of relief for them. Even if we can't save them, at least let them die with dignity." "I know." Hui nodded fiercely. He looked straight at the huge energy barrier in front of him. Through the energy barrier, he saw countless frenzied beings rushing towards them. He gritted his teeth. "I know. I knew it from the beginning. It was just that he still had a little bit of unrealistic wishful thinking in his heart. But now, even that little bit of wishful thinking had become completely empty talk." Hui waved his hand. "Don't show mercy, warriors of the realm of the gods. All the darkness and chaos in this world will be trampled by us. Then, I'm going. Prepare your defenses." Yin Nuashing's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared. She left behind a sentence that made everyone's heart tremble. They hurriedly turned their protective energy around their bodies. Buzz! A gigantic, dark red spherical energy shockwave exploded from behind the fissure. Endless shockwaves swept across the world like a massive tsunami, pushing back all the enemies. Their auras and powers withered once more. Even the movements of the frenzied life forms that had just emerged from the fissure came to a standstill. One after another, they exploded into energy anomalies. Before the battle even began, more than 1/5 of their forces had been lost. The dark red energy shockwave rushed through his body. Long Sky's scarlet eyes dimmed a little. His soul, spirit, and body all felt an abnormal feeling of disharmony. It was as if his body was rejecting his own existence. The energy shockwave that continued to wash over him finally made him unable to take it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, he saw a wisp of black energy fog appear on his body again. It also disappeared in a flash. And this time, the black fog that appeared seemed to be even bigger. Bastard! What kind of existence is this guy? Long Sky roared angrily in his heart. He waved his hand, and the rift expanded to the maximum distance. All the frenzied beings of order that he had collected from the void battlefront rushed into the divine world like a tide. Hui found the soul seeds of the void court master and the others in his soul. Sorry for the long wait. The divine world has been cleared. The path is clear. Boom! Figures that contained a huge amount of energy came from the sky without any warning. It was like a group of meteors falling on the divine world. The energy explosion set off sent the distorted race and the frenzied beings flying. Dense energy light pillars fell from the sky and turned into figures that appeared on the ground of the divine world. Roar! Along with Min Na and the others, the 8 frenzied beings appeared. They really crashed into the enemy's formation like meteors. The terrifying explosion of dark energy shocked both sides. We had already warned the divine world, but everyone was still shocked. It was also the first time they had seen and sensed such non-orderly energy bodies. Long Sky was commanding the army. At this time, when he saw the 8 of them standing on the ground of the divine world, his cheeks trembled violently. My race spent several eras to find another path, but you destroyed it so easily. The Observer. The Observer. What kind of karma do you have with my race? Lord Feng has bought us time. Everyone get into formation. The regular cross star formation. Bring out all the energy towers. Jing Yuanji shouted. Dark blue energy spread out from her body. The space suddenly became like a water surface. The soldiers of the divine world all lined up in a familiar formation. Teleportation doors opened beside several people. Then hundreds and thousands of energy towers appeared from a space. The energy cores that were filled with energy lit up the sky. Green waved his hand. Everyone, merge your souls into the energy towers. Each energy consciousness can attack according to your will. Don't show any mercy. We took advantage of the time when the distorted race and the frenzied beings of order had just finished lining up. He quickly said to the Lord of Void Court and the others, the energy of the mark that we gave you can let these 2 formations sense you and provide you with help. There is an emergency situation. If Feng wants to use a large amount of energy, it will be an indiscriminate energy attack. You need to let the energy of the mark flow backward. This will provide you with a short period of protection. You must reverse it in time. Otherwise, you know what will happen. Min Na, he, and the others quickly nodded to show that they understood. They had been standing at the edge of the world barrier to observe the battle inside. The moment Yin Washing used a large amount of energy, it was really earth-shattering, shocking the void, and making ghosts and gods cry. Everyone, attack with all your might. Teams of all levels, assist the soldiers of the divine world in battle. Everyone, charge. 2 loud roars echoed throughout the entire world, accompanied by the roar of a huge torrent of energy. The distorted race and the frenzied life forms of order responded with a roar. After that, the latter's gigantic bodies stood in front of the distorted race and unleashed a barrage of attacks and energy at the former. The frenzied life forms of order had only been blinded by the energy of the distorted race. They had not completely lost their minds. They still had their battle instincts and battle awareness. They could even use skills and ultimate moves that were engraved in their bones. Furthermore, they were also life forms of order. The suppression of order was ineffective against them. In an instant, the threat they posed to the gods was even greater than the distorted race. When Yin Nuoxing heard another explosion in the battle, he had just passed the period when he was affected by the impact of using too much power. The energy circulation had returned to normal. As soon as he stood up, a 10-meter-tall, burly man rushed to his face. An arm as big as a tree swung towards him. It looked very impactful, but this thing could not even break through his defense. Moreover, he could do it with a slap. Screech. Before Yin Nuoxing could make a move, a shadow suddenly appeared on his body. A huge phoenix flew out from his body. The power that was comparable to the origin of the divine world swallowed the frenzied being that was rushing toward him. In less than half a second, the brawny man was burned into a piece of charcoal. When the wind blew, not even ashes were left. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. Since when did this girl have such powerful strength? A high-tier origin was reduced to ashes just like that. Before he could react, the shadow of the phoenix suddenly became real. It turned around and carried him on its back. They retreated from where they were and circled around the battlefield. Hundreds of billions of firepower were raining down on the place where he was just standing. Although he could deal with those attacks with just a thought, he was more curious about why Feng Qinghuang suddenly. "It's my power, idiot." The voice of the little angel sounded in Yin Nuoxing's soul. Yin Nuoxing suddenly realized that the little angel was an absolutely powerful support. That's right. Although it looked like the violent angel, it couldn't fight. However, it could give other people great power. Usually, it would fuse with Yin Nuoxing. Now, it probably fused with Feng Qinghuang so that she could use the power of a high-level origin. Yin Nuoxing stood on the back of the phoenix and circled around the enemy's side. He could see all the enemy's power at a glance. He transmitted the information from this angle to Hui. Then he gave 2 orders and swung the nether void a few times to destroy some of the enemies. Finally, he found the time to ask, "Why did you guys suddenly appear? We saw that well, you still haven't recovered, so we couldn't help but..." It was Siyu's voice. Although the action just now had nothing to do with her, the little girl's sudden appearance proved that she should be the result of her instigation. Yin Nuoxing was speechless. Nihility, infinite chaos, used him as a point of energy explosion to release indiscriminate energy. Releasing a huge amount of energy in a short period of time would cause him to run out of energy for a short period of time. However, it did not mean that he would become a puppet that could only be beaten during that period of time. The girls probably did not know this. They just saw that he remained motionless after releasing Nihility, infinite chaos twice. They thought that he could not move and was about to be attacked, so they hurriedly came out to deal with him. Chapter 1463. The realm of the gods, a world created directly by the god of origin, would always encounter some deadly disasters. To other worlds, disasters meant a change, some small changes, some reshuffling, and some new things would occasionally appear. To put it simply, when life was boring, something new would appear, and it was a spice that would allow everyone to move around, although the dosage was not right occasionally. However, the realm of the gods was different. Once a disaster appeared, it would be fatal, and everyone would be tortured to death. This was the case in the Dark Age, the Ancient Age, and the Ancient Age. The Ancient Age and the Ancient Age did not have such destructive disasters, but the demon world also targeted the entire realm of the gods. And now, in the 139th era, Sourcepeak territory and the Ultimate Plane territory had been completely scorched. Not to mention ruins, other than the Sourcepeak territory, which seemed to be haunted, which was still intact. Not a single brick could be found in the other 2 territories. The earth had changed from a sea of magma to a cold ground and back again. Standing anywhere in the 9 Shrine, as long as one looked to the west, one could see black smoke rising from the earth. The traces of the glory that once belonged to the human race had been washed clean, so clean that it was as if the world had just been cleansed by the great samsara. Ziyin stood at the edge of the top of the fire god temple, holding the huge stone pillar of the divine temple as he looked at the 2 primal domains. His eyes were lifeless, and his mind was drifting. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at the person under the tree. The divine spirit tree on the top of the fire god temple was now more than 10 meters tall, and its trunk and roots were very thick. It had already become a spreading energy source, swallowing the laws of the primordial age in the form of breaking, spreading to the range of several divine temples, and this range was still expanding. It would be normal for it to completely cover this space in the future. Even Yin Nuo himself didn't expect this divine spirit tree to have such a function. Zai quietly walked to Xian's side, glanced at her, and raised his head to look at the sky. It has become very clear, and we can see it during the day. Xian also turned to look at the sky, where a huge white strip occupied a very large area in the sky, the world fragment. It had unknowingly approached this point. 2 months less. Its visualization has caused enough chaos in the realm of the gods. Violet Night crossed her arms and sighed softly. When she saw Xian looking at Yin Nuoshing again, she could not help but turn around as well. Little Purple Soul has been pestering the Stronghold's consciousness to look at the shared image. She said that she could see it occasionally, but it has been a few days and there has been no response. I wonder what that little fool is doing in the Dark Age. Little Purple Soul was still sitting on the shoulder of the Stronghold's consciousness, pulling its hair. She looked a little upset. The silver rings on the Stronghold's consciousness kept spinning. The two of them had been in this position for a long time, but there was no response. Then, a leaf suddenly fell from the Tree of Souls and gently landed on Little Purple Soul's head. The Stronghold's consciousness lifted its head abruptly. Consciousness retracing successful. Time will return to the middle to the end of the 51st era. Spirit synchronization begin. Everyone at the top of the tower was stunned. Little Purple Soul woke up from her nap and waved her little hand happily. I found it. I found it. I finally found Big Brother. Xian and Violet Night heard her voice and were about to go over excitedly. Suddenly, their minds trembled. The scene in their vision suddenly changed. The temple remained unchanged, but Xian could see some complicated scenes. The complex phenomenon was slowly replacing her vision. In one of her visions, she could see the 9 temples and the chaos that suddenly appeared in her vision. It was as if her left and right eyes were seeing different things at the same time. A grand and chaotic battle between the forces of order and non-order spread across the entire deity realm, as well as the void region. The destructive energy was enough to wipe out the entire deity realm several times, but it was just the aftermath of some of the collisions. Battles of all sizes were erupting across the entire deity realm. Meanwhile, in the Ganyuan region and the Kuan origin region, the battle was abnormally bright, as if it had ignited an entire galaxy. They couldn't find the center point of the battle, so they could only look around randomly. This level of chaos, this level of battle. Violet Night was shocked. The battle had affected the entire realm of the gods, including the void. Is this the battle at the end of the Dark Age? No, it's the middle to the end of the 51st era. Xian patted her shoulder and shook her head. She had heard it clearly. It was not the battle at the end of the Dark Age, but it was a war that was equally huge, enough to destroy the entire First World. The Golden Kindred and the others hurried to the roof of the temple. What's going on? Why is there something in front of us all of a sudden? We are busy now. We suddenly found traces of little stars' activities in the Dark Age, Xian said, and found a place to sit down. They probably think you are fixed, audience. The Golden Queen and the rest were speechless. This audience was too heart-wrenching. Didn't they just peek once? How could they become regular audience members? The Lord of the Light Temple threw the balls that recorded the information to the side. Just in time. I'm tired. The Reign of Stars is now resting. Let's take a break and learn more about the Dark Age. We found Little Star. Feng suddenly exclaimed. Her pretty face became very strange. She hesitated for a moment before saying, I found myself too. Everyone was stunned. They quickly changed their spiritual perspective and found Yin Nuoshing hovering in the air with the Netherworld Ruins sword in his hand. Then they looked at the thing he was riding. It was indeed Phoenix, and her appearance had not changed since ancient times. It's really you. This ill-fated relationship can be traced back to the Dark Age. Chu Yingzhan could not help but say. Feng, tilted her head and laughed dryly. The dark red energy tsunami washed over the realm of the gods again. The impact of the energy made the sky and the void rumble and collapse inch by inch. The people of the realm of the gods were used to such sudden energy outbursts. With Hui and the others' warning, they and the forces of the realm of order were not accidentally hurt by yin washing. However, the forces of the realm of order would still be slightly stunned by the impact of the energy. Hui and the others were already used to it. They could even rush out to kill the enemy when Yun Nuashing released the void, boundless chaos. Fill that crack for me. There will be no end to it if it continues to increase the number of troops. Lord Qing, that crack can't be touched, and we can't find the core you mentioned. Lord Qing gritted his teeth and was about to rush out. Thinking that he had not fully recovered, he could only continue to hide behind the energy barrier. He waved his hand and said, Use this time to focus the energy tower. Hit the crack for me. Even if you can't destroy it, you must destroy the troops inside. Attack with all your strength. Along with a loud roar, thousands of energy torrents that were tens of thousands of miles wide burst out from the front of the energy tower and merged into a gigantic energy light pillar that was tens of thousands of miles wide. The warriors of the Order World were also trying their best to endure the slight dizziness in their eyes and minds as they unleashed their powerful attacks. All of their attacks that contained the power of destruction and the power of the laws were fused into the light pillar. In the end, it was like a beam of sunlight that was focused on a single point as it rushed into the rift. The scarlet crack trembled fiercely, splashing countless water ripples. The energy light beam did not hit it directly. It passed through the space behind it and took away the lives of hundreds of people from the distorted clan. The attack is ineffective. No, the stability of the crack is declining. Lord Qing, the attack is effective, but the effect is not obvious. Lord Qing had been staring at the crack, and he had already seen it clearly. All the troops that came out of the point where the crack was hit were melted by the energy as soon as they came out. Some colorful energy lines also diffused from the point of the crack itself. It seemed that the excessive energy impact affected the stability of the crack projected in the space of the main world, but it should not be so simple to destroy it. Hui led several teams of people to kill outside the formation. He silently counted 10 seconds in his heart, and suddenly noticed that the energy turbulence between heaven and earth had not subsided. He couldn't help but be startled. He quickly turned back and shouted at Yin Nuashing's soul, Feng, don't continue to use yourself as a carrier to burst out energy. You won't be able to hold on. It's okay, I won't die. The origin energy is here. It's okay. Almost at the moment his voice fell, a response sounded in his soul. Ling Hui smiled bitterly. This guy is messing around again. But he was messing around. Every time he used nihility, boundless chaos, the pressure on the power of the world of order would be reduced by several times. The enemy would be seriously injured as a result. Those who had not reached the peak of the heavenly god of origin level would be seriously injured even if they did not die. Even those who were at the peak of the heavenly god of origin level would have their combat strength reduced by at least 30% after 2 attacks. There was also Chong Kong. He saw that guy spit out a mouthful of blood with his own eyes. Nihility, boundless chaos lasted for a full 20 seconds before it stopped. The chaotic energy storm that passed through the area made everyone's heart tremble. The distorted race became even more frenzied. The moment the storm stopped, many of them rushed towards Yun Nuashing without caring about the recoil and injuries on their bodies. Before they could reach Yun Nuashing, a series of energy attacks had already been unleashed. Yun Nuashing raised her head and looked at the storm of energy that came crashing down on her face. She pulled out the Netherworld Ruined Sword and was about to deal with it when Feng Qing Wang, who had just gone to take refuge, rushed over and dragged her away. Take him down. Take him down. At any cost. Kill him. Kill him. Feng Qing Wang suddenly heard the resentful and furious voices in the bottom of her heart. Her body trembled slightly. This was what she would encounter when she was targeted by powerful beings. Their malice directly materialized in her heart, causing her eyes to dim. Feng Qing Wang shook her head. Her eyes flashed. Suddenly, spots of icy blue appeared on her gigantic crimson energy body. In just 3 seconds, the entire body was covered. At this moment, she looked as if she was made of ice crystals. Flaming snow. Snowflakes suddenly began to fall from the sky. Those were snowflakes formed by energy. A quasi-high-level heavenly god of origin was so frenzied that he didn't put up any defenses. A snowflake crashed into him, and a huge wound appeared on his body. Then, crimson flames ignited on the wound, preventing it from healing. Yin Nuoxing looked at Feng Qing Wang, who had turned into an ice sculpture, in astonishment. Ice Phoenix. Originally, a phoenix would only awaken its second form after breaking out of its cocoon. He didn't expect that with the help of the little angel, Feng Qing Wang, who had only broken out of her cocoon once, could already use this kind of power. If he wasn't wrong, the next attack should be Sea of Ice. Divine patterns appeared on the Ice Phoenix's body. The snowflakes that were falling from the sky, whether they had landed on people, fallen on the ground, or turned into flames, suddenly froze on the spot. Then, divine patterns gradually appeared on the snowflakes. A few seconds later, the light suddenly obscured everyone's vision. Along with the loud sound of everything being frozen into ice, the snowflakes in everyone's vision all disappeared. In their place, thousands of icy mountains suddenly appeared on the ground and in the sky. They formed a vast expanse of ice. Some of the icy mountains were even hundreds of thousands of kilometers tall. They were like icicles. The icy mountains in the sky were like meteorites crashing down on the ice plains. However, the temperature of this world was inexplicably hot. It was as if they were standing in the middle of a group of volcanoes instead of a vast expanse of ice and snow. Boom! Before anyone could take a second look at this vast expanse of ice plains, a loud boom suddenly erupted from the entire expanse of ice plains. Everyone was stunned. Green glanced over. He wanted to divert the attacks of the energy towers. However, he hesitated when he saw that the cracks were becoming more and more unstable. Master Feng, I'm sorry. I can't free my hands. Feng Qing Wang was also stunned when she saw that they were shaking her ice seal. She looked at the frozen enemies in astonishment. How is this possible? They can still move? The little girl is not experienced enough. She is not ruthless enough. These are high-level heavenly gods. Yin Nuoxing dashed out from the Ice Phoenix's body like a black shadow. When he leaped out, the netherworld ruined sword had already begun to draw an arc in the air. He landed on the ice plains like a comet, drawing a 10,000-kilometer-long purple-black arc. A wave of sword light surged out, shattering the entire ice plains into pieces. Countless pieces of ice were smashed into the sky and fell down like a rain of ice. Feng Hui rushed over to help. When he saw that more than half of the enemies had come out from the shattered ice plains and were attacking them crazily, he hurriedly set up an energy shield. When he saw the army charging at them like mad dogs, his scalp went numb. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Yin Nuoxing brandished the netherworld ruined sword. Tens of thousands of purple-black sword lights swept out like a tsunami, sweeping out from every angle of space as if it were flat ground. A scarlet energy storm exploded under his feet, blocking his vision. Yin Nuoxing jumped back a distance. When he looked up, he saw a mountain-sized palm descending from the sky, trying to crush him to the ground. Boom! A violent and destructive energy surged out along with the power of destruction, drowning the giant derivative in front of him. Yin Nuoxing spat out a scorching breath. Just as he was about to follow up with another attack, a shadow suddenly swept past him. Then, he felt himself being pulled into the air. Bang, bang. An energy shockwave that covered an area of 100,000 miles came crashing down from the sky. The center of the scarlet energy beam was dyed with a strand of dark energy that made people's hearts palpitate. When the energy hit the ground, it caused a terrifying energy shockwave. Just the energy shockwave alone caused the ground to collapse. Feng Qing Wang felt the flames of her soul dim a little. The sudden eruption of sweeping energy made Qing Jun and others quickly draw out a little of their attention to defend and tighten their formation. After the experts of the distorted race were hit by this energy, their strength quickly recovered, and they were even stronger now. "Retreat for now, you idiot." Hui hit Yin Nuoshing on the head with his sword. He hurriedly pointed to the edge of the realm of the gods. "Those big guys have come to their senses. Just now, I was holding back my anger and was ready to beat you to death." He looked at the situation in front of him again and couldn't help but grit his teeth. What kind of freak is this? How can he use this kind of energy to recover? This isn't a problem of order anymore, is it? The effect of the power of distortion is the same as the origin energy. As the controller and creator, Long Sky also has the means to restore the power of its own people who are of the same substance. Otherwise, how could this battle be fought, just like our two magic circles? Yin Nuoshing quickly retreated while crouching on the back of the Ice Phoenix, his expression dark as water as he looked at the anomalies and bursts of energy that occurred frequently on the chaotic battlefield. "We're stuck in a long tug-of-war again. This is really giving me a headache." He pulled his hair in frustration. When they were dealing with the abyssal death mist, it was also a long, long battle. If Long Sky also had to fight hard in the realm of the gods, how could that work? Yin Nuoshing stared at the edge of the realm of the gods, at the large nebulas that were swallowing and exhaling energy. His eyes inadvertently swept across Long Sky and saw that his face was also dark and cold. There was even a cruel sneer at the corner of his mouth. He agreed with Huey's words. He took a deep breath, and the aura of the element of nirvana suddenly rose from his body. However, it retracted after a moment, and the black clouds that covered his eyes quickly disappeared. The palm that was condensed with the black clouds also waved lightly to make the energy disappear. "Forget it. It's not enough. It's not enough now. What did you say?" Hui quickly turned around. "I said." Yin Nuoshing stood up and suddenly rushed out with the Netherworld Ruin Sword in his hand. "Get rid of the things that are restricting my power." Huh. Before we could even look at him, Yin Nuoshing disappeared with a whoosh. Violent dark red energy exploded in the distance. The latter had already begun to fight. "Master Hui, the concept layer of laws has discovered that someone has invaded, and the battle has already begun. F***CK, those crazy bastards have squeezed in 3 gigantism and an energy nebula." Hui was stunned when he suddenly heard I Ching's report. He could not help but grit his teeth. At this moment, they finally reacted and attacked the concept layer of laws. He glanced at the battle in the concept layer of laws and calculated the strength of the forces guarding the concept layer of laws. I Ching and the others could handle it. "Use all of your forces. Don't let your guard down." After that, he turned around and looked at the huge crack in front of him. It was already full of cracks. The energy of order had affected it through attacks from all sides, but it would still take some time to truly destroy it. Moreover, the enemy had not dealt with it for a long time, and there were already a certain number of crazy creatures piled up there. Hui gritted his teeth and quickly patted the Ice Phoenix under him. "Little girl, let's go support them. Feng's side is fine." But the half of Feng Qinghuang's power hesitated for a moment. She looked at the situation at Yin Nuoshing's side, and then looked at the battle at the crack that had sunk into the mud. After weighing the pros and cons, she nodded and quickly led Hui to the rear of the battlefield. Boom! Bang! The afterimages created by the battle slashed out tens of thousands of swords in an instant, leaving sword marks that were enough to pierce through the void. Yin Nuoshing appeared in this space like a ghost. She slashed out with her sword, and the explosion of energy left a dazzling dark red energy flame in the sky. The powerful energy counterattack was like an entire planet lined up in a row and smashed down in front of his eyes. Yin Nuoshing's floating figure merged into the void and hid. Since the first attack did not succeed, He was not in a hurry to launch the second and third attack. This place had been well protected by the distorted people. Dozens of big guys and a circle of elite, distorted people were guarding this energy nebula. Among the large nebula that bombarded the interior of the celestial realm, this energy nebula was the closest to the celestial realm. Half of it had already squeezed into the celestial realm. In the middle of the nebula that was full of crimson energy, there was a shiny object. It looked like a spherical object that was rolled into a circle and then wrapped in another circle. Finally, the ball rolled out bigger and bigger. It was still spinning at high speed, and the energy it released was not clear for the time being. However, it made him feel very uncomfortable. If he was not mistaken, this was the thing that they used to restrict the celestial realm from using the power of the circle. It's a mixture of the power of the celestial realm, using our power to restrict us. Yun Nuoxing's figure suddenly appeared, and all the enemies turned around in an instant. However, they could only see a purplish-black light flashing before their eyes and turning into a vast energy light rain. Then, with the nether void sword in hand, Yun Nuoxing dashed forward and slashed heavily on the energy barrier outside the large nebula. Vast Sky looked on coldly and did not react to Yun Nuoxing's actions. It was as if there was nothing to be afraid of. He raised his hand and looked at the chains of order around him. "It's about time," he muttered. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions that were enough to shatter the void was accompanied by a series of energy shockwaves. Yun Nuoxing's sword swept across and slammed the defenders and the chaos spawn into the barrier. A huge tremor occurred along with the energy light rain, and the barrier shook violently. "It's useless." Vast Sky casually waved his hand to disperse the energy shockwaves that approached him. "You and I are the same kind. With your ability, there's no way you can break this barrier." Yun Nuoxing pressed down on an enemy's head with one hand and smashed it fiercely against the barrier. Then he turned around and reached out with both hands to grab the last giant manifestation standing there. He squeezed it fiercely with both hands, squeezing it until it was only the size of a palm. Holding in his palm, he turned around and slammed his palm against the barrier. Boom! This defending army was completely annihilated. Yun Nuoxing's body was bathed in blood and energy. He stood on top of the barrier and looked at Vast Sky. This was the closest they had ever been. "Heh!" Vast Sky laughed and shook his head. "You overestimate yourself." He wanted to say something, but suddenly he saw some silver-white light appear on Yun Nuoxing's body. This light gradually took over his body and dyed his eyes and eyelashes silver-white. He was the purest color in the world. Vast Sky was stunned by this sudden transformation. "This kind of energy won't work." "Then I'll change it," Yun Nuoxing said faintly. A silver-white light of energy burst out from his body, causing everyone who was fighting in the distance to be stunned. The enemy hurriedly raised their guard, and their own people were also preparing fiercely. Just as they were about to reverse the energy that protected them, we suddenly recognized something and hurriedly shouted, "Don't turn it. Don't reverse it. It'll be bad if you reverse it this time." That's the power of the realm of the gods. That's the power of order. Nothingness, origin order. The netherworld ruins sword that was raised high violently pierced through the energy barrier. A huge circle of silver-white energy shockwaves suddenly exploded from Yun Nuoxing's body. The unprecedented power of order burst out from his body like a roaring sea of stars. Vast Sky's face immediately turned green. Chapter 1464. The sudden eruption of the power of order was mixed with a strong source of energy. Chong Kong and the others, who were not life forms of order, suffered damage that was several times stronger than the impact of the chaotic energy. The large nebula surrounding the divine world fell apart, and even the dark core appeared in their field of vision. Some of the cores even disintegrated and could no longer be reformed. The impact of the energy of order ignored the distance and blasted on everyone in an instant. The people who were also life forms of order were in an excellent state. However, At this moment, everyone was in a state of dizziness. Hui and the others could not adapt to the impact of the energy and stayed in place to focus on defense. On the other hand, on the side of the distorted race, the moment the energy of order rushed over, it had already cleared up the battlefield. Many crazy life forms regained their consciousness in an instant. They did not understand where they were and what they were doing at this moment, but they clearly knew what happened at the last moment before they lost their consciousness. After recovering, they dragged their collapsing bodies and rushed toward the strong, distorted race without fear of death. In an instant, a wave of earth-shattering energy swept across the battlefield. The battlefield, which had suddenly quieted down, was now as clean as if nothing had happened. The effect of the power of order is really vivid at this time. Hui resisted the dizziness in his mind and raised his head from behind the shield. The battlefield that had quieted down in an instant made him not know what to do for a while. After confirming that the enemies in the conceptual layer of order had also suffered heavy losses, the pressure faced by I Ching and the others dropped sharply. Hui organized the team and took advantage of the time when the crazy life forms began to counterattack crazily. He rushed up and killed the powerhouses of the distorted race who were still stubbornly resisting. Can't kill them all. Can't kill them all. Why can't they kill them all? Qing Jun was holding an independent energy tower and was desperately outputting energy. A torrent of energy surged through the space like a storm. The energy crystal at the top of the energy tower was dim because of excessive use in a short period of time. Jing Yuanji controlled the space to obstruct the enemy's attack, creating opportunities for her own people to attack. She looked at the current situation and said, "The most powerful force of the distorted race is their chaos spawn. The rifts surrounding the realm of the gods and the energy nebula are providing them with an endless supply of energy. Other than Lord Maple destroying a pair of rifts at the beginning, we have not been able to do much damage to them. There is still a chance, but now I don't have the time to smash those cracks." Qing Jun flew up and kicked away the energy crystal of the energy tower, replacing it with a more powerful one. He almost rushed out of the energy barrier with the tower in his arms. All the strength of the world of gods is gathered here. The crack that appeared at the back is too troublesome. 60 to 70% of the void battlefront strength. If they were to gather together, they would still be a considerable force in the world of order. Even if we are much stronger than them, it won't be that easy to deal with them. Furthermore, in order to bind vast sky, we fought too hastily and didn't have time to prepare more. Jing Yuanji raised her head and looked at the edge of the god's realm. She looked at the distorted clan's biggest threat. He was still hanging in the air from the backlash of the creation's barrier. His gaze was gloomy. He was still the biggest threat, but he was held down before he could even fight. He was also severely injured by Lord Feng's power. It's already very good to be able to hold down that bastard. Don't let him make a barbaric charge at this time. If that happens, Lord Feng and Lord Hui won't be able to free themselves, and we will be in even more trouble. Qing Jun took out the second energy tower from his crotch. He pressed the two energy towers with both hands and shot them wildly at the sky and the earth. Troublesome, troublesome, troublesome. Why are they so troublesome? The other world should have been destroyed by us long ago. They have been preparing for the attack on the god's realm for countless years, but we didn't think of dealing with the rats in the gutter until now, until 100 years ago. How can we make up for the accumulated weight of time so easily? An indifferent voice sounded in the soul seed, and everyone was stunned. It was the voice of Yin Nuashing. Hearing his words, everyone smiled helplessly. This was indeed a fatal truth. The distorted clan had been hiding in the dark and did not show up until one day, when they suddenly appeared in front of them and attacked their world with the power they had accumulated for several eras. If they could be defeated so easily, then these few eras would be a joke. If they had accumulated the energy for several eras to slap the underworld, the result would probably be the same. Unless they threw out the dozens of primeval gods at the beginning, then there would be no need to fight. Everyone, pull the battlefield away. From now on, don't go near the Ganyuan region and the Kuan Yuan region. The indifferent voice sounded in their minds again, and everyone was stunned. Lord Feng? Jing Yuanji turned her head and suddenly widened her eyes. Kong is halfway out. Hui, you don't have to come over. Just control the battlefield over there. I can handle him. Hui nodded. Then you be careful. Yin Nuoxing nodded slightly. He looked up and raised the Netherworld Ruin sword, pointing it forward. Between him and the sphere that sealed the power of the formation, a roadblock suddenly appeared. This was something he did not expect. The roadblock still had half of the chain of order on him and dared to come out and stop him when he was only halfway out. Kong looked at Yin Nuoxing with his hands behind his back and laughed exaggeratedly. Aren't you going to call for the guards? I am. Yin Nuoxing held the Netherworld Ruin sword and walked toward Kong step by step. Behind him, 6 dark silver divine rings slowly appeared. I'm the arbiter of the gods' realm's will. I'm the gods' realm's most powerful sword and shield. Kong also took a step forward, and 6 scarlet divine rings and 1 dark divine ring gradually appeared behind him. This is our first official meeting. You are not welcome. The gods' realm does not welcome you. Yin Nuoxing calmly walked forward, and the distance between the two was already less than 10 feet. His gaze landed on the dark divine ring. That power doesn't seem to belong to you. Is it the abyssal death mist? Or is it the creator's dark power? Kong spread his hands. Take a guess. Then it's the latter. The inferior races that you created contain your power and the weakened dark power. Other than using the power that you obtain from the god's realm as raw materials, they also use them as a springboard for you to reach the primeval realm. Yin Nuoxing slowly stopped 5 meters away from Kong. Am I right? Kong chuckled and tilted his head to look at the battlefield in the distance. It seemed like he agreed. You can't stop me. Yin Nuoxing continued to walk forward. I know. Even if the seal is removed, you can't stop me. The energy on Yin Nuoxing's body surged, and the silver-white power of order suppressed Kong's power. I know that too. Kong smiled and nodded. After all, it's the most powerful sword in the world of order. I'm not surprised that you can fight someone of the primeval realm. He watched as Yin Nuoxing walked past him and continued to look down at the world. It was as if he did not care about all of this. He only muttered to himself, calculating the time, it should be about time. Yin Nuoxing was calm. He knew that Kong was stalling for time. He had to be wary of him, and he had to be held back by him. The two of them cooperated well, and this about time was not about the time that Kong would escape. It was something else that he did not know. Something else that might not be good. Looking down from the sky, bright light suddenly lit up all over the world of gods. It was a sea of light formed by the convergence of light dots. A purple crystal fragment suddenly floated in front of Hui. Similar fragments also appeared on Jing Yuanji, Monarch Green, I Ching, and the others. The purple crystal fragment released a light that became brighter and brighter until it finally exploded and turned into dust that was blown away by the wind. Everyone was confused. Yin Nuoxing and the others were also stunned. After a while, they suddenly realized what had happened and widened their eyes. Master Hui, Master Feng, the void seal has been broken. The abyssal death fog has been detected. The abyssal death fog has shrunk and has begun to attack the middle realm. The world of order's power is gathering too slowly, requesting the world of gods for emergency assistance. Even when the world of gods was in danger, the world of gods did not call back a small number of people who were guarding the other worlds in the middle realm. There was no need to call them back. At this moment, the people who were left there sent back the most terrifying information for the entire world of order. It symbolized that the balance of everything in the world was about to collapse again. Yin Nuoxing's eyes became abnormally scary. He looked at Kong fiercely. The latter noticed and met his gaze fearlessly. Those scarlet eyes seemed to be asking him, "Observer, what will you do now? World of order or world of gods? Which will you choose?" The chaotic sounds of battle did not stop. The battle was still going on in the world of gods. However, this time, almost everyone in the world of order was a little flustered. Although they did not get distracted during the battle and did not dare to get distracted, it was obvious that everyone's fighting style had changed. The people led by Monarch Green and the others fought even more crazily, causing the other people who came to support them to become even crazier. It seemed that they wanted to end the battle quickly. When Hui was charging and breaking through the enemy lines, he would frequently look at Yun Nua's star. Jing Yuanji was the same. They were all waiting for his decision. What was he going to give up for? How was he going to choose? Yin Nuaxing knew all of this. He listened to the voices of the whole world and noticed the attention of this world. He knew all of this. At this moment, Chang Kong did not stop him. He stood at the side with his arms crossed, as if he was watching a show. The crazy laughter that spread from the bottom of his heart gradually appeared in his eyes. You, what will you choose? Yin Nuaxing lowered his head. His long bangs covered his face. He took a deep breath, slowly raised the netherworld ruined sword, and stabbed it into the space in front of him with all his strength. It seems that you have made your choice. Chang Kong opened his hands and smiled, as if he was about to announce something. Suddenly, he was stunned and lowered his head. He saw a rolling black aura emerging from his body. The black aura emerged from his body like a shadow. It was silent and had no energy reaction, but he could not ignore it at all. This was the black aura that he got when he encountered the boundless chaos of nothingness. After several times, this black aura had grown to such an extent. At this moment, there was a strange silence on the battlefield. The strong people of the distorted clan who were still alive noticed the black aura on their bodies. They also saw that a considerable number of those crazy creatures were also stained with this black aura. It was like billowing smoke gushing out of their bodies. Boundless chaos of destruction. As Yin Nuaxing murmured in a low voice, everyone who was stained with the element of destruction was shocked to see this aura suddenly wriggling. A bright light, as bright as the clouds parted to see the sun, was emitted from the depths of the black fog. It became brighter and brighter, just like the amethyst shard that had just been broken. The light flooded the world, like an explosion in the starry sky. Energy spread out from every corner of the divine realm. Black energy pillars fell from the golden magic circle, accurately hitting every enemy who was stained with the black fog. The violent element of destruction was like a devil that had torn open the seal of hell, grabbing hold of everyone's lifelines and then violently tearing them apart. At that moment, countless energy anomalies bloomed in the sky, silently announcing their demise. Boom! The delayed sound of destruction only rang in everyone's ears at this moment, pulling them out of their slightly absent-minded state. They raised their heads abruptly and saw the explosion of the sky and the earth and the rain of black stars falling from the sky. The slight panic in their hearts caused by the enemy's information was dispelled by this scene. Crack! Yun Nuaxing casually destroyed the sphere that was fused with the magic circle with a swing of her sword. Looking at the sky that was blown away by the explosion of energy, she turned around and disappeared on the spot, appearing at the forefront of the magic circle with her back facing everyone. Her eyelids drooped slightly. We gather everyone. I Ching, seal off the concept plane. Everyone head to the middle plane to provide support. The middle plane cannot fall. It's still too early. It can't fall yet. Remember, everyone. Mint, you guys go too. We bring those 8 big guys. Everyone clenched their teeth fiercely, their faces filled with grief and anger. Just when they thought that they were going to give up on the divine realm, Yin Nuaxing's faint voice rang again. I'll settle the matter of the divine realm. As long as I'm here, the divine realm will be fine. Hui was gathering everyone in an orderly manner. Jing Yuanji helped to open a huge teleportation gate to the middle plane and was guiding everyone to the middle plane to provide support. Hearing this, Hui was slightly shocked. Feng, you go quickly. Go. Don't worry about me. Yin Nuaxing glared fiercely at Hui. I won't fall here. You guys go and provide support to the middle plane first. I'll be there soon. F*CKU. I'll be there soon. Hui cursed fiercely in his heart, clenching his fists so hard that they hurt. He couldn't say this out loud, and he couldn't think of a better way at the moment. This was the only way, the only way. Go. Everyone, support the middle plane. Hui turned around, his cloak flapping, and led the remaining people into the teleportation gate. Standing at the edge, he turned around and suddenly scolded angrily. Bastard! If you die, see how I'll deal with you when I get you back. Yin Nuoxing nodded silently. If that day comes, I'll be at your disposal. The huge teleportation gate slowly closed, and the world suddenly became much quieter. The energy explosion of the nirvanic elements hadn't stopped, and the crazy life forms that kept coming out of the crack didn't charge at Yin Nuoxing. Like an organized and disciplined army, they came out of the crack step by step and formed a formation in front of the crack. Guarding the realm of the gods was his duty, and protecting the world of order was the goal of all of them. He had to carry out the mission of the observer and also protect this world of order. From the beginning, there was no such thing as a second choice. Yin Nuoxing looked at the formation in front of him, and the silvery white light on his body dimmed slightly. He heard movement behind him, but he didn't turn around. He knew who it was. Why did you stay? Jing Yuanji walked to his side from the closed teleportation gate and fought side by side with him. Looking ahead, she said, with Lord Hui, I Ching, Lord Green, and the others here, it doesn't matter if I'm not here. She turned to look at him and smiled sweetly. I'm staying to help Lord Feng. Disobeying orders at will. I don't remember teaching you this. As for the punishment, you can do as you please, but that will have to wait until after this matter is over. Jing Yuanji smiled indifferently, and her jade hand stroked the long hair that floated in front of her. Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath and looked at the army that was gathering faster and faster, and the energy storm that was about to stop. He clenched the netherworld ruin sword in his hand and was about to attack when Jing Yuanji suddenly pressed his hand and shook her head. You need to rest for a while before the real battle comes. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. You bear everything for the divine realm, and I bear everything for you until you're ready, Jing Yuanji said with a smile. Yin Nuoxing was silent. In the past 100 years of life, this situation seemed to have happened many times, and every time, he shouldn't be thinking about this. He was indeed a little tired. Whether it was using the elements of destruction or the power of order, releasing such violent energy, even if the 36 worlds as a backup energy source had enough energy, he was almost at his limit. Later, he still had to deal with Chong Kong, a genuine primeval heavenly god. Even if he was just a primeval, and even if he was not as powerful as Qing Qi, he still needed to give it his all. Yin Nuoxing's eyelids drooped slightly, and the silver-white light on his body became brighter. Strands of silver light appeared from the void, and billions of strands of silver light appeared and drowned the place, slowly binding him into a cocoon. He looked at Jing Yuanji and said, I'm sorry, but I'll leave the rest to you. Just hold on for a while. Jing Yuanji smiled sweetly and nodded gently. She gently stroked his face with her hand, which stunned him. However, he was already unable to respond. The silver light had wrapped him up into a cocoon. She also turned around to look at the frenzied army before her. The gold and silver formation slowly dispersed, and the power of the element of annihilation gradually receded. A considerable portion of the people who had been swept into the storm had already been left there forever. The ones who could still make it out of the storm were a primordial. His condition was unknown. 22 peak primordial and ultimate primordial, over 300 high-level Empyrean gods, and countless chaos spawns. However, they were all rapidly condensing into giant spawns. The energy nebula was also gathering energy. Vast Sky looked at the forces on his side and could not help but sigh softly. What a dangerous and powerful world. The forces that my race has accumulated over countless years have been squandered today. They did not even expend that much energy when they attacked the Void battlefront. However, when they launched their assault on the Divine Realm, there were only 333 of them, including himself. Those berserk beings of order and spawns of chaos were not included in that number. What a painful price to pay. Vast Sky sighed and lowered his head to look at the chains on his body. Originally, it would not have been so troublesome with him taking action. However, he had been imprisoned from the very beginning. What a terrifying world. Jing Yuanji placed her hands in front of her and looked at the silver-white cocoon of light. She looked at the silver-white light that appeared from the sky and the earth gathering in the cocoon of light. Just as she was about to turn around, she suddenly saw a beam of light emerge from the cocoon of light. Little Angel came out with Feng Qing Huang and Siyu. Qing Yu also gently landed beside them. "Why are you guys out too?" Jing Yuanji was stunned. Siyu giggled and walked up to her. "We came out to help you. We'll help you protect Little Star." Jing Yuanji turned to look at Little Angel with a strange expression. When she saw that it nodded to indicate that there was no problem, she also nodded in relief. She did not want Lord Feng to see the scene of her girls dying as soon as he came out. "You think you can stop this war with just the 5 of you?" Vaskai laughed softly. He raised his right hand and slowly waved it down. In an instant, an austere aura once again spread throughout the divine realm. Chapter 1465. 5 people. The little angel shook her head in exasperation. If there really were 5 of them, then things would be much easier. Unfortunately, there were only 4 of them here at the very most. The little angel turned around and said, "Yuan Kong, stop hiding. I know you've been here since the beginning." The space around Jing Yuanji and the others twisted. A little girl in a yellow dress jumped out from the twisted space. She hid behind the little angel and looked at the endless army. She couldn't help but tremble. Sister, you're not asking me to fight so many people, are you? Just don't cause trouble. I don't expect you to fight thousands of people alone like Little Star." The little angel sighed and hit Yuan Kong's head hard. "Why didn't you use the Abyss domain when I asked you to? Fortunately, you didn't run into any trouble." Yuan Kong shrank back and pointed her 2 index fingers at each other. I was scared. I didn't have time." Everyone was speechless. Was this little girl here to act cute and make fun of them? Even the silver cocoon behind them trembled slightly. They even heard a faint sigh, but they didn't know if it was an illusion or not. Little Angel let out a long sigh and said to Yuan Kong, "We don't have much time. Make the arrangements as soon as possible. You and I aren't good at fighting, so you'll go help her later." Little Angel pointed at Qing Yu, surprising both of them. Yuan Kong knew that this wasn't the time for jokes. She looked up at Qing Yu and reluctantly moved closer. She muttered under her breath and turned into a ball of energy that entered Qing Yu's body. Qing Yu's aura immediately skyrocketed. "Little purple soul, go to Siyu." The little angel took off the purple ball from her head and threw it to Siyu. Then she got into Feng Qing Huang's body. Siyu was stunned when she heard what she said. Seeing the purple ball get into her body, the little girl scratched her head in confusion. "Didn't I just come out to cheer for you?" Everyone in the cocoon were speechless. "So you're here to act cute too?" Although the 5 elemental constitution hasn't matured, with the blessing of the Holy Soul, Amethyst Fairy, and the power of the laws of the divine realm, you can fight against the Empyrean God. However, you're mostly using the power of Little Purple Soul. Do not overuse it. Your body is too weak to withstand the backlash. Jing Yuanji waved her hands and set up layers of overlapping dimensions in the air. The lack of divinity and divine authority is a big problem. Don't fight them head-on. Use your own strength. Jing Yuanji looked down at the Pantheon realm below. Without the protection of the 2 priesthoods, the Pantheon realm's original appearance was completely exposed. They stood in the sky above the Kuan-Yuan region. This land was about to be destroyed. Just the energy shock waves from the upcoming battle were enough to destroy the Kuan-Yuan region. Fortunately, after the secret artifact space was opened, the Kuan-Yuan region was arranged to be the core of the storm. At this moment, the defenses set up in the cities near the battlefield should be very sufficient. As long as Long Sky and the rest did not go crazy and attack those places, there should not be a problem. As the army left, the battles all over the Pantheon realm had also gathered in the Kuan-Yuan region. She could see that there were enemies in all directions. Right in front of her was a group of crazy creatures of order. Around them were chaos minions and giant minions. A few energy nebulas had already pushed into the Pantheon realm. The army was already 1,000 miles away. Chan Kong was still standing at the edge of the divine realm. At this moment, he was the only one standing there. He looked at Jing Yuanji and the other three and narrowed his eyes. People of the divine realm, your courage is commendable. However, you can't protect him. Let all of this end. After that shout, it was time for the army to charge. The army that was silently approaching with a murderous aura now roared and charged towards Jing Yuanji and the rest. Their footsteps were like the roar of thunder. The approaching aura of madness made Siyu and Feng Qin Wang take a small step back. Although they had witnessed the battle in Yun Nuoxing's soul, there was still a slight difference between seeing it from the perspective of others and experiencing it for themselves. I will restrict the enemies on the far side. You guys guard the three directions. Jing Yuanji clenched her jade-like hands like an eagle's claws. Silver blue energy appeared in her palms. Her pair of Mei Mao stared at the enemies that were charging at her with lightning speed. She calculated the distance between them and waited. Then, she suddenly shouted, causing the energy of the entire space to burst forth. Attack! Every inch of space suddenly released a huge amount of energy. However, it wasn't destructive energy. The chaotic power of space divided the space into tangible areas that appeared and covered the countless spawns and crazy life forms. Then, Jing Yuanji clenched her hands. The center of each area collapsed into an energy vortex that swallowed up countless enemies. There were even more enemies behind them. They were all trapped in the area as if they had fallen into a quagmire and couldn't move. After Jing Yuanji made her move, Feng Qin Wang and Siyu also bravely took a step forward. The power of the phoenix and the power of the 5 elemental constitution blasted out in all directions. However, the energy phenomenon they caused was still too small. They were not used to the power of the Empyrean God. It wasn't until Qin Yu reminded them that they snapped out of their daze and quickly increased their power. It was fortunate that all 4 of them were energy users. Compared to those who used cold weapons or fought barehanded, energy masters who were good at manipulating energy were the class with the most magnificent and large-scale destructive power. Except for Yun Nuoxing, who could wipe out the entire celestial realm with just a swing of the Nethervoid sword. It was also fortunate that the spawns of chaos were very weak. They made up about 60 to 70% of the distorted's power. However, their only value was in attacking. Their bodies were as fragile as paper and would die with just a scratch. The energy of the spawns of chaos rained down on them from all directions. However, Jing Yuanji, who was at full power, blocked all of the attacks. Every energy attack that fell like raindrops would be blocked by a magic circle that suddenly appeared in front of them when they were about 100 miles away from them. Some of them would be deflected in another direction. The attacks of the spawns of chaos and the energy nebulae would be captured by a spatial magic circle. They would then be deflected thousands of miles away from their original path and land in other directions. They would even wipe out a portion of their own forces. After Jing Yuanji's processing, the energies were not as simple as their own. They carried the power of the laws of the celestial realm. There was no way the spawns of chaos could recognize and avoid them. As for Qin Yu, this was the first time Jing Yuanji and the others saw her in action. They did not expect her to be an energy master. Her power came from the power of distortion of the distorted race. At first, Jing Yuanji was worried that her power would not be effective against the enemies in front of her. However, when she saw the situation before her, Jing Yuanji was relieved. Just like the demonic shadow had an innate suppressive effect on its creations, Qin Yu, a level 2 creation, also had a suppressive effect on the power of distortion. It was probably because they were inclined towards the power of order. Looking at it this way, the distorted race was quite miserable. Their creator and their creations could both suppress them. No matter how they changed, they would always be at the bottom of the food chain. Speaking of which, there was also Dao Tian. Her power was on the same level as Qingyu. She should have come out to help, but the brat's dream power was exhausted and had not recovered. Now, she could only stay in Yun Nuoxing's soul and watch the battle. When Siyu saw this, she looked at Qingyu strangely. She had heard Little Star say something similar before, but it was just a guess. She did not expect it to be confirmed now. She also did not expect this kind of suppression to have such an effect. If they were fighting the chaos spawns and those crazy life forms as easy as tearing paper, Qingyu might be fighting with the air. The enemy had no defense against her. Vast Sky saw this scene. Protect Lord Feng. Jing Yuanji completely unleashed her power. She dragged the people who had charged in and a large number of dangerous objects into the depths of the void. She even dragged away millions of chaos spawns and berserk life forms. Suddenly, her vision became empty. The sudden emptiness of the space did not cause any changes on either side. The chaos spawns and berserk life forms were still fearless. They continuously charged at CU and the others. However, Jing Yuanji's spatial protection was still present. They could not break through in a short amount of time. Being blocked in the spatial protection, CU and the others' attacks were like shooting targets. On the other hand, it was difficult for their attacks to pass through the blockade. Qingyu moved a few steps to the side. She took on an entire wave of attacks by herself. Even though the spatial protection was still present, a hole appeared in their defense without a leader. Right now, this was the second time an expert from the distorted race had charged in under the cover of the army. Boom! A scarlet storm mixed with the power of the abyss death mist surged out in a fan shape. Qingyu's pretty face remained calm. There was no change in her expression. Even her voice was very calm. Deep in this dark battlefield, facing enemies she had never faced before, she still did not show any change in her emotions. We can't defend like this. They can find opportunities to attack again and again. Qingyu calmly said, I've accurately found all of them. Take them away, and the pressure on you will be greatly reduced. Only the chaos spawns are left. I'll leave Lord Fengling to you. Sister Qingyu, wait. Before Siyu could finish, Qingyu suddenly pulled herself out. With a wave of her hand, tens of thousands of scarlet energy vines shot out from the ground. In an instant, they became tens of thousands of feet tall. They rushed into the enemy army and grabbed the experts from the distorted race who were hiding in the army. They dragged them out of the range of their protection. Siyu's small face immediately turned bitter. Even if there were no experts from the distorted race looking for opportunities to cause trouble here, she and Feng Qingwang had to defend this place to the death. Seeing those ugly and strange things bearing their fangs and claws at them, she felt like fainting. Screech. On the side, Feng Qingwang did not say a word. A layer of deep purple flames suddenly appeared on her body. An enormous phoenix shadow appeared from her body. Then, as if it was an energy body, it soared into the sky. Her eyes also turned deep purple at this moment. Her expression became cold, as if she had changed into a different person. Feng Qingwang, who had changed forms again, did not even have time to display the power of her energy body. That enormous purple phoenix shadow was grabbed by a palm the size of a planet. It was like grabbing a bug in the palm of the palm. The sudden appearance of such a huge gargantuan derivative made Siyu's pretty face pale. She was just about to mobilize the 5 elements between heaven and earth to assist when the huge gargantuan derivative suddenly paused. A wisp of dark purplish-black flame emerged from its fist. After the flame emerged, it was devoured within a few seconds. A ray of black light burst forth from its palm, and that 10,000 feet tall phoenix shadow broke through the restraints as if it had been reborn from the flames. Black flame, burnout. Feng Qingwang's hand seals changed. Black runes emerged from every corner of the big guy's body. In a few seconds, the runes covered the whole body of the big guy. After a loud explosion, the big guy's body suddenly exploded into millions of pieces, flying in all directions. The purple fire made it look like a meteor shower. Rain, help me increase the power of the flames. I can't control the new energy form well. It's not powerful enough. While Siyu was watching this magnificent meteor shower, an anxious voice suddenly rang out her mind, causing her to panic a little. You? I? But? I don't care anymore. 5 elements heavenly formation, rise. 5 elements heavenly formation that was tens of thousands of miles in size slowly rose into the sky beside Siyu. A moment later, the 5 elements heavenly formation used the most violent method to fall from the 5 elements heavenly formation. When the 5 elements heavenly formation landed on the ground, it caused a series of thunderous booms. Every burst of energy could annihilate tens of thousands of Shirluzhi's enemies. When the 5 elements heavenly formation landed on Feng Qinghuang's meteor shower, the meteor shower became even bigger and more colorful. I just want you to forget it. Feng Qinghuang mumbled and then stopped talking. She focused on controlling the energy rain so that it would not fall outside of the battlefield. Where the hell did these freaks come from? Changkong looked at this magnificent meteor shower and saw a meteor that was tens of thousands of feet in size flying towards his face. His face trembled violently. He casually slapped away the meteor that was flying toward his face. He abruptly turned his gaze towards Siyu and the other girl. He glanced at the silvery white cocoon of light and then lowered his head to look at the chain of order that was disintegrating bit by bit in his hand. He fiercely gritted his teeth. He did not expect that after using all his remaining strength, he would only be able to divert the 2 girls away. Furthermore, the 2 girls who should not have been a threat were still blocking the army. Furthermore, the more they fought, the more ferocious they became. Vast Sky glared at Yin Nuoxing fiercely. A drop of sweat dripped down his face. He raised his head and looked at the sky. I was saving this for them. I didn't think of this. He did not think that there would be so many freaks in the realm of the gods. He thought that he understood the realm of the gods well enough. He thought that he understood the realm of the gods well enough. He thought that he understood the realm of the gods well enough. He thought that he understood the realm of the gods and the realm of order well enough. However, he did not understand the strength of Yin Nuoxing's group. The few remaining large nebulas that surrounded the god realm suddenly gathered around him. They kept fusing and condensing into a black energy nebula. A few scarlet dots of light were the only starlight in the nebula. He let out a soft shout. Suddenly, the few remaining dots of starlight collided with one another. The entire nebula collapsed toward the starlight. It was like a vortex of clouds that kept collapsing. A large scarlet hole appeared amidst the turbulence. At the same time, something in the depths of the void suddenly sensed something and slowly woke up. On a desolate planet in a barren area, there was a tower that suddenly rumbled and shook off the dust that covered it. A huge energy reaction came from the tower. In another part of the void, there was a huge tree on a planet that suddenly swayed its branches and leaves. The roots that were rooted in the void were crazily absorbing the energy of the world and the void and sending it far away. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang, who were in the middle of a fierce battle, did not feel anything wrong. They had to focus fully on defending the front line. It was not as easy as Vast Sky. Suddenly, their hearts skipped a beat. A feeling that they had never felt before warned them. However, they had no idea what was going on. Siyu, Qinghuang, get out of the way. Jing Yuanji's voice suddenly rang in their minds. A large area of space appeared in the void. Jing Yuanji herself came back from the depths of the void with about 100 remaining champions of the distortion. She quickly removed the barrier and gathered all the defensive forces in front of her. Mirror Shadow, manifestation of nature. Almost as soon as Jing Yuanji moved, a destructive energy that contained unprecedented power came from the sky. Like a ray of starlight, it carried a power that was even crazier and darker than the one they felt from Yin Nuoxing. A huge oval mirror suddenly appeared in front of him, and the next moment, a beam of pure dark energy shot out from above, fiercely crashing into the mirror. The huge mirror reflected the beam of energy by several million parts. Bang! One of the millions of beams of energy that were refracted merely passed by, and tens of millions of chaos spawns turned into a cloud of smoke. The energy that hit the surface of the mirror caused a destructive storm that shook the void. The destructive power that came back from the mirror spread all over Jing Yuanji, causing her to cough up a mouthful of blood and her figure to become much dimmer. Boom! Boom! It was unknown how many energy shock waves had erupted in that instant, but the mirror surface was used as a flat surface. The shock waves had shattered the void and stirred up nothingness. Jing Yuanji used all her strength to make the mirror surface more solid. She hurriedly stretched out a hand, wrapped around the light cocoon and Siyu, and hurriedly performed a spatial teleportation. However, a huge energy shockwave caused her hand to tremble. Siyu, who had already entered the teleportation state, was suddenly thrown out, causing Jing Yuanji's eyes to widen in horror. Wait a minute! Jing Yuanji's eyes widened in anger. She was about to forcibly stop this spatial teleportation when a scarlet shadow suddenly appeared in front of her. Qingyu rushed out of the void and quickly grabbed Siyu. She reached out to Jing Yuanji. Boom! The mirror was completely destroyed by the black energy. The crazy and dark energy rushed through heaven and earth with absolute chaos and suddenly fell in the land of the realm of the gods. A dark energy storm erupted with the land of the Kuan Yuan region as the center, just like the planet that was destroyed by the demon shadow. Chapter 1466. The dark storm of prairie fire swept across the entire pantheon, and the excess energy accumulated into a sea of energy. It was an ocean that was constantly rolling up monstrous tsunamis. When the seawater rushed in all directions and hit the mountains or the cities covered by energy barriers, it would draw out an extremely long blank area behind it. It seemed to outline the traces of the energy impact until the flowing sea of energy flowed back and filled up the area. The sea of energy crazily spreading across the pantheon was just the aftermath of a huge energy impact. The people who stayed in the city from the beginning were fine. As for the others, if anything happened, they would have dissipated in this sea of energy. Thousands of miles of barren land, icebergs melted, the earth trembled and fell apart, and the original colors of the 5 major areas were rapidly fading into a deathly gray and white. More scars were occupying this ancient world. Jing Yuanji had seen this scene with her own eyes once, and she did not expect to see it again in the pantheon. The power of the demon seemed to have a destructive effect of withering on everything. The sky covered by the surging energy distorted and appeared. Jing Yuanji and the others emerged from the distorted space in a sorry state. Qingyu was holding Siyu, who almost did not escape, in her arms. However, in order to protect the person in her arms, she was hit by the energy impact. Now, her aura had dropped to a dangerous level. Her pretty face was pale, and her breathing was weak. Jing Yuanji was so weak that even her wounds and blood no longer appeared. Her body was so transparent that the space behind her was faintly discernible, as if it would disappear at any time. Fortunately, weakness was only an internal condition for an energy life form, and it did not affect her ability to move at the moment. She just did not have much energy and could not use any energy to attack or defend, but she could still run with a light cocoon. What a close call! Jing Yuanji's body was almost drowned in the light cocoon. She looked at the pantheon that was drowned by the black sea of energy and felt a lingering fear. Just now, they were only a few tenths of a second faster, and they were only lightly grazed by the energy and ended up like this. If they were hit directly, perhaps Lord Huey's strongest defense would have been broken through. From the very beginning, from the moment they took over the defense, this was a rubbish game. It was a rubbish game that could be fatal as long as they made a single mistake. It was a rubbish game where they could not start over after losing the whole game. To be honest, it was not fun at all. Moreover, they had almost been completely wiped out. How are you guys? Are you all right? Jing Yuanji hurriedly looked at Siyu and the others. Sister Qingyu's injuries are very serious. So you pulled Qingyu back. Feng Qing Wang floated over from the side. The purple flames on her body faded away. Mei Mao returned to her pink appearance. The warm flames from her body merged into Qingyu's body and healed her wounds. She won't die. I'll protect her. This little girl just needs to rest for a while. While Feng Qing Wang was healing herself, Yuan Kong's aged voice came. Feng Qing Huang smiled bitterly and said, "Compared to this little girl, you should go and see the other one. She's an energy life form. Don't think that she is still alive and kicking. Can't you see that her light is about to go out? She is at her limit." Me? Jing Yuanji was stunned for a moment. She looked at her own situation and waved her hand indifferently. "I won't die. It's not a big problem. Now is not the time to end it." See, you and the others looked at the surging black waves through her transparent body and felt cold sweat on their foreheads. As expected of someone brought out by that lunatic, who knew why she could so calmly say that it was not a big problem when she was about to die. Or was it because energy life forms were so ridiculously strong that they could pretend that nothing had happened without extinguishing a spark on the spot? Seeing that Jing Yuanji was still strong and stubbornly protecting that crazy guy, CU and the others had a lot of things to say. Let's talk about it after we get through this difficult situation. The dark storm and energy tide that cleansed the celestial realm lasted for a full 10 minutes before slowly dissipating. During this time, Jing Yuanji and the others hid in the energy tide. Long Sky and the others did not seem to be in a hurry to find them. Perhaps they could not find them. Feng Xinguang had every reason to believe that the energy storm they created could not end prematurely. After all, they were suppressed by the dark energy. Even if Long Sky could release the energy, he probably could not retract it as he wished. She could only hope that the situation would last a little longer. Boom! Perhaps it was because of the metaphysics that the probability of something happening would suddenly skyrocket. Just as Jing Yuanji finished muttering in her heart, a huge beam of energy fell from the sky and landed only a few miles to their right. The aftermath of the energy explosion could affect them at close range. Run. Take Lord Feng and run. Jing Yuanji pushed the light cocoon to see you. Just as she was about to stay behind, she was grabbed by a dark purple phoenix shadow before she could finish her sentence. It flew close to the surface of the energy sea and quickly flew away. Don't say anything about staying behind. Run while you still have the strength to move. So you quickly placed Qinyu on the back of the phoenix shadow. The 5 elements heavenly formation emerged from the space around her and rotated in front of the phoenix shadow. It pushed away the powerful energy shock waves and swept out a path. Dense energy shock waves fell from the sky, and each energy explosion would sweep over an area of tens of thousands of miles. Jing Yuanji didn't have time to say anything at this moment. She tried her best to use what little energy she had to resist the energy shock waves. She took the time to raise her head and look into the distance. Inadvertently, she met a pair of scarlet eyes, which made her heart tremble slightly. When will the energy shock waves dissipate? Zhang Kong stared at the pair of light blue eyes and waved his hand. The remaining powerhouses of the distorted race were desperately smashing a lot of skills into the energy sea. However, once their power rushed into the range of the energy sea, it would be blocked by the dark energy. There would be a deviation or simply not be able to break through. My lord, I'm afraid it will take a few more minutes for the energy shock waves to subside. The energy of the Creator is too strong for us. One of them gritted his teeth and said. Zhang Kong's cheeks twitched. He could not help but sigh deeply. He looked up and was speechless for a while. So difficult. Is this telling me something? He thought that he could take them down with one blow. In the end, he only made the 2 of them lose their ability to fight. The trouble he caused was now protecting the latter, who was fleeing everywhere. The chains of order on his body were about to be broken. At this time, he could speed up the process of breaking the chains of order in the realm of the gods. The chains of order that originate from the realm of the gods are indeed not something that can be easily broken by a person like me who has just entered the Yuansha realm. No wonder the underworld does not dare to casually attack the realm of the gods. He tried to use the energy of a Yuansha realm, but there was no way to release it. No matter how much energy he released, it would only hover in the space 10 feet around him. Once he tried to rush out, the chains of order would appear out of thin air and press the energy back into his body. Even if he tried to speed up the process, he could not speed up much. Zhang Kong stared at the few people who were fleeing in the energy sea. The thousands of energy shockwaves that were thrown at them were either deflected or swallowed by the energy sea. As for the rest of the energy that exploded and fell, only the energy shockwaves could touch them. However, if the shockwaves did not contain any laws, it would not be able to kill the two little girls who had the power of the primordial god. Stop! Vast Sky waved his hand, and the people around him instantly stopped attacking, retracting their formation and lining up beside him. He then looked down and said, "Stop attacking, recover your strength, and allow all energy spawns to fuse within the world. Gather energy in the great nebula and get ready to attack the moment the sea of energy recedes. One hit, and if you can't hit, I'll run and find an empty void to fend for myself." Yes. Jing Yuanji and the others, who were covering their heads and running, suddenly realized that the signs of attack had disappeared. It had disappeared neatly, and at that moment, there were only some energy shockwaves that were still surging in the energy sea. They observed it for a while and simply stopped running. It's finally stopped. Siyu was so tired that she slumped on the back of the phoenix's silhouette, fanning herself with her jade-like hands. It's too uncomfortable to stay in this ocean. My whole body feels wrong, and I still have to maintain my defenses and run. If I run for a while longer, I won't be able to hold on. Fortunately, you have the 5-elemental constitution. Fortunately, this is the realm of the gods. If it were any other place, the order of the energy shockwaves alone would have drained all your energy. Jing Yuanji said, "Is this my home-ground advantage?" "Yes, but it's only effective against non-order life forms and energies. If the enemy is another order life form, it won't have any effect." Siyu stuck out her little tongue and naturally changed the topic. "Why aren't they attacking? They can't hit us. Their energy is suppressed by this energy sea, so it's difficult for them to hit us. But it's also quite difficult for us to escape in this energy sea." Jing Yuanji kept staring at the group floating in the sky, and her expression gradually became serious. But if they don't attack now, it doesn't mean that they won't attack later. The moment the energy sea fades, the attack will arrive in an instant. Although it won't be as powerful as this energy storm, it won't be too weak either. Feng Qingwang thought for a moment and suggested, "Should we go somewhere else? It's useless. He's staring at us. Even if he's the sealed primeval sky god, we can't hide under his gaze. Running around is just a waste of energy." Jing Yuanji slowly shook her head and said, "Just focus on defending. But only the two of you can defend. I don't know if you can hold on." Siyu and Feng Qingwang looked at each other. The former lowered her head and muttered, Let's try our best." The next few minutes were anxious and long. Siyu and Feng Qingwang sat cross-legged facing each other. Energy flowed out of their bodies continuously. It seemed that they were going to defend with all their might. Seeing this, Vast Sky's cheeks twitched again. "That's good too. It'll save us from that unrealistic probability of missing again." A few minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The energy sea that swayed above the realm of the gods gradually faded. The light of the sea dimmed, and the energy that disgusted countless people gradually dissipated. Siyu and Feng Qingwang suddenly stood up. The energy that exploded from the 5-elemental constitution and the phoenix's shadow dispersed all the dark energy around them. The two girls looked up at the sky and suddenly raised their right hand in unison. Jing Yuanji, Chang Kong, and the others were all stunned. Jing Yuanji's face darkened, and Chang Kong turned into a gray-white statue in the wind. His face turned from gray-white to green in a few seconds. Jing Yuanji thought that he might be so angry that his lungs were about to explode. To be greeted by two little girls with such an indecent gesture. Not to mention him, even she could not stand it. "I'm going to kill you." Vaskai was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. The chains of order that were full of cracks were shattered by the impact of his angry energy. The aura of the Yuanshu realm gushed out crazily at that moment. It rushed into the entire starry sky, and thousands of stars dimmed. With a roar, he pulled a large nebula that was condensed with violent energy and compressed it into his palm. It was as if the nebula was crashing into the ground. He had already recovered his strength and could kill the few ants below with a casual slap. Yet, he still pulled a large nebula and smashed it down from the starry sky. It was as if he wanted to kill them. At the same time, a violent energy riot covered the entire Kuan Yuan region. The Twisted Masters also launched their desperate attacks, tearing through time and space with the great energy torrent of the eruption of the Great Nebula, covering the whole land. At this moment, Jing Yuanji finally understood. They were not trying to kill them. They were trying to kill Lord Feng in the cradle. Let the 5 elemental spirits release all their energy. The phoenix and the 5 elemental bodies can borrow the power of the realm of the gods for a short time. Although they can't completely block it, as long as they can block the first strike, I can use space shift. Jing Yuanji was worried that the two little girls would be too nervous to control themselves, so she commanded loudly. Before she could finish her sentence, Siyu and Feng Qingwang had already used all their strength. However, it was not for defense, but for attack. The 5 elemental bodies and the phoenix's power merged into one. They turned into a huge 5-colored fire phoenix that flew up against the sky and crashed into the falling nebula. However, when Jing Yuanji saw how the fire phoenix mantis was trying to stop a chariot, since she had already turned into a grayish-white, in a situation where her order and rules were much lower, it was pointless for her to use her life-risking strike as a form of defense. Well, even if she was serious about defending, it was useless. She might be able to block the fire phoenix mantis for a few milliseconds. The moment the fire phoenix collided with the fire phoenix, it was only grazed by the aftershock and turned into energy fragments. Siyu and Feng Qingwang were not surprised at all. They continued to attack a second time, a third time, a fourth time, and then hum. The buzzing sound of energy suddenly came from behind them. The silver light that bloomed was like a silver sun descending behind them. Everyone was shocked. Changkong's eyes widened and trembled slightly. A moment later, 7 god halos rose behind him. The divinity and theocracy that were above the origin were suddenly released. Everything was integrated into this attack. Boom! The silver light that seemed to contain divine power suddenly exploded from the light cocoon with a taste of nothingness. It spread out with a faintly discernible sound of the void and nothingness. The energy that was coming from all directions was shaken off in one breath. A white shadow suddenly burst out. A purple and black light shone. A huge sword shadow cut through the sky. All the energy hit Changkong's body and sent him flying. Boom! There was another sudden explosion of energy. The white shadow suddenly rushed in front of Changkong. Thousands of sword shadows formed in an instant, forming an impenetrable sword net that enveloped Changkong. Changkong, who was knocked back by the attack, had just recovered from the shock when he saw the sword shadows that had sent him flying into the path of reincarnation, smashing towards him with power far beyond his imagination. At the same time, he was shocked, and at the same time, he could only passively defend. Scarlet energy condensed in his hands. He used his hands as weapons to block the violent attack of the white shadow. I don't know what kind of obsession you have with the realm of the gods, but there are some things that you can't do just because you want to. From a moment you brought your army to the realm of the gods and destroyed the void defense circle, we have already fought to the death. The purple and black light that came toward him had a destructive power that made Changkong's heart jump. He quickly blocked the sword shadows and turned around like a top. Bang! What brushed past Chang Kong's face was a sword wave that was half silver and half black. It was at least 1,000,000 miles long. That energy wave instantly reached the end of the realm of the gods and swallowed a group of elites. After expanding hundreds of times in size, it swallowed the 4 cracks and 2 large nebulas at the edge of the realm of the gods. An attack that stands above all the layers of the void. Chang Kong's face darkened. That crack was not like the other cracks outside the world of light. The main body of the crack that surrounded the realm of the gods was hidden at the bottom of the void. It could endlessly absorb the power of the void to maintain its existence and continuously produce derivatives. If he was hit by that attack, he would probably be injured. This made him doubt the power of the primeval realm for the first time. What on earth was this guy? While the figure paused for a few seconds, Chang Kong got a clear look at that guy's appearance. His entire body was covered in a silvery white light, but his eyes, long hair, and his aura had all turned black. Moreover, it was not the black mist-like energy that he had used before. It was a kind of black energy that did not belong to him and did not lose to the demonic shadow. It was a completely non-order energy. The sudden flash of light forced Chang Kong to stop observing his enemy. He quickly pulled back and dodged. What greeted him was another dazzling and destructive energy. That energy could completely destroy everything in this world that was known to the realm of the gods. It was not a level that a human could reach. At this time, the other members of the distorted race, who were stunned, had all come back to their senses. When they saw that Master Chang Kong was being suppressed, they were all shocked. However, they did not show any signs of panic. First, they followed Master Chang Kong's instructions and released all the fusion derivatives that had accumulated in the crack. Then, they screamed and pounced on Yin Nuoxing, their energy boiling. In just 10 seconds, they had exchanged hundreds of thousands of blows. Chang Kong felt that his hands were about to be broken by the unreasonable energy. The guy in front of him, who was emitting both order and non-order energy, was not a human at all. However, he could see some signs. The dark energy that flowed in Yin Nuoxing's dark eyes was very deep. It seemed to have a certain effect on him. It's not good to have both order and non-order energy in your body, right? Is your mind starting to waver? Then let's see if you can cut me down first, or if you will be devoured by that energy first. Chang Kong laughed wildly. The 7 god halos on his body bloomed with unparalleled light. He raised his divinity and divine right to the extreme. His strength also increased by several times. Although he was still being suppressed, he was no longer in a hurry. Yin Nuoxing's eyes were cold. He did not respond to him. He just waved the netherworld ruins, sword in his hand like a madman. He did not use any skills or techniques. In an instant, thousands of slashes were enough to release the most violent energy. The space was filled with dense sword shadows and energy that overflowed into the sword light. It was as if thousands of swords were being waved here at the same time. Master Chang Kong, we're here to help you. The loud shout from the side made Yin Nuoxing and Chang Kong turn their attention slightly. The frequency of their attacks slowed down slightly. Yin Nuoxing suddenly withdrew his sword. His right hand caught between the sword shadows and punched Chang Kong's face, sending him flying. He looked at the reinforcements who were rapidly approaching with boiling energy. He narrowed his eyes. Scram! Origin! Chaos! Yin Nuoxing turned around, and a gigantic, illusory figure suddenly emerged from his body. He raised the Netherruin sword with both hands and stabbed it into the ground. 200-meter-long energy beams, one silver and one black, collided with each other with him at the center. They condensed into a chaotic energy ball around his body, and the 2 violent shockwaves blended and surged into the starry sky. Chang Kong, who had just been sent flying, saw the 2 mixed energy shockwaves coming at him like a tsunami. He only had time to change his expression. Before he could put up any defense, he was hit by the shockwaves. The non-order dark energy stuck to his body like maggots. The silver-white light of order would perish together with the dark energy. The 2 energies used his body as the endpoint to self-destruct. This was all he felt at the first moment. The next moment, he felt the two energies exploding violently on his body dozens of times. Each explosion could send him flying hundreds or thousands of meters away. He felt like he was being split into two by the two energies. As the heavenly god of primeval beginning, Changkong was able to withstand the attack. However, when a wave passed and he came back to his senses, the entire sky was clean, as if everything in the world had been annihilated by the collision of the two energies. Just when he thought that the distorted clan had been completely annihilated, dozens of figures suddenly emerged from the void. They looked like beggars who had just been ravaged in the land of nothingness. They were probably blasted directly into the land of nothingness. Yin Nuoxing unsheathed the Netherruin sword and stood up, the two auras of silver and darkness around his body becoming even more majestic. He looked down upon the entire battlefield, at the less than 60 life forms that were still breathing, and then at the remaining 6 great nebulas, as well as the chaos spawns that were walking out of the rift. Those life forms that were warped from the void battlefront had not made an appearance for some time, probably having been wiped out by their allies in that dark energy storm. It's useless to have more people. Yun Nuoxing's body trembled, and dozens of silver and black figures emerged from his body. Then they rushed in all directions. While everyone and the spawns were still in a daze, they stood in their positions and raised the great swords in their hands. 3,000 sword shadows, meteor river. Yin Nuoxing and the dozens of doppelgangers swung the great sword in their hands together. Sword light and sword aura that were thousands of feet wide bloomed like dazzling fireworks. Streaks of dense celestial power descended from the sky and fell into the sword shadows. As the countless sword lights drew countless energy galaxies across the sky. The experts of the distorted clan who were caught in this situation only felt abnormal danger signals coming from all directions. They wanted to hide, but they didn't know where to hide. Moreover, if they were really hit by the starry sword light, the explosive energy would really explode into a galaxy of fireworks. The energy that spread from the people who were hit also carried a huge energy impact. Vast Sky had personally tested it, holding up an energy barrier to block the violent energy that was sweeping towards him from all directions. Vast Sky also became a firework that released even more destructive impacts in all directions. Vast Sky only felt extremely aggrieved. He, the heavenly god of primordial beginning, was basically the fatal threat that suddenly appeared behind him, made him suppress the grievance in his heart and hurriedly pull back to dodge. The energy sword aura that carried a destructive storm bloomed behind him, and the aftermath of the energy drew him into the center of the blooming galaxy fireworks, and he was blasted here and there like a rubber ball. Come, let's continue fighting. Chapter 1467. Order and Non-Order. The latter could also be called chaos, while the latter was a factor used to determine the position of a life form in this world. However, the existence of the two was correct in the eyes of the great Yuan realm. There was no right or wrong, no good or bad. There was only the natural order, or whether it was suitable or unsuitable. Those who could bear the power of order could hardly bear the power of non-order, and vice versa. It was just like how a person could not be dead and alive at the same time. The order of a life was determined from birth, and could be changed after birth, but it could only be changed once. If it was order, then it was order, and if it was chaos, then it was the other side. Changkong had also thought about the existence of order and non-order at the same time. Part of the reason for those bodies of order was that he used them to study the situation where both were involved. However, the results were very different. He did not study a life that could exist with two types of order at the same time. The bodies of order that he studied had the power of order and the power of chaos. However, this also changed the direction of their research and successfully stole the power of the realm of the gods, allowing him to successfully ascend to the realm of primeval. Then, he came all the way to the realm of the gods to be beaten up. After he ascended to the realm of primeval, he showed his prowess in the first city of the void. After that, he heard that his home was attacked. After the void battlefront was breached, He simply rushed to the realm of the gods half a month in advance. However, he did not expect the counterattack to be so powerful. Moreover, this was a situation where the enemy was in a hurry to fight back. He even disintegrated the void battlefront and created the conditions for the abyss death mist to attack, thus diverting away 99% of the enemies in the realm of the gods. In the end, only the observer and a few people were left to fight with them for such a long time. What a terrifying world. The person in front of him was really terrifying to the extreme. The idea that he once had was realized by this person in front of him, having both order and non-order at the same time. Although he could foresee that this person would be eroded by this opposing situation and lose his mind, before that, the power of the fusion of the two types of order was enough to kill him. A fight to the death, just as he said. Chong Kong suddenly came back to his senses. He did not care about his life if he was distracted during the battle, but now that he was in a state of being beaten up, what else could he do other than focus on defense? It was probably unprecedented for a primeval deity to be beaten to such an extent. He was the first person to step into the realm of primeval after the void upheaval. He has just stepped into the realm of primeval. Even if he has stabilized his divine right and divinity, it is still too much for him to deal with the observer who is in his home ground. Chong Kong suddenly felt that something was wrong and came back to his senses. It seemed that he was the only one left in the energy explosion. The energy flames that swept in all directions were all gathered towards him, as if he had become a black hole that was constantly devouring energy. However, those were all extremely destructive energies, and he would not have a good time if he was hit by any of them. It was not difficult to find the position of the others. He quickly found Yun Nuoxing's position. He was surrounded by the remaining 60 people. No, he was the one who had surrounded the 60 people. From the beginning of the battle until now, those who could survive were all the elites of the elites. After being hit so many times by the observer, they could still stand there and be beaten up by him. Either they were very good at staying alive, or they were very good at prolonging their lives. Now, it seemed that they were both. Stall for time. Don't fight him head-on. Once his mind is dragged into the abyss of chaos, it will be our victory. Chong Kong shouted in the souls of the 60 people who were bitterly holding on. He was not Yun Nuoxing's target from the beginning, just like how the people of the celestial realm did not care about him breaking the creation's barrier. They only wanted to push him, the primeval, into a situation where he could not fight or move even if he wanted to, so that they could deal with the others. From the beginning, it was a battle between the two races that would not stop until one of them was dead. The observer and the others had perfectly carried out these 4 words. They only wanted to destroy their race. It did not matter who came first, but it was much easier to fight like this. Chong Kong shouted, and the primeval aura that he had been gathering for some time burst out from his body, destroying all the energy attacks in one go. He rushed out of the energy circle like a ghost and appeared in front of Yun Nuoxing in an instant. Just as he was about to punch him, Yun Nuoxing seemed to have known that he would appear in front of him. He was still killing people with a netherworld ruined sword just now, but at this moment he suddenly swung the sword at a distorted angle and smashed it into Chong Kong's hand, causing his entire forearm to tremble. Chong Kong caught the weapon that some smart guy threw at him. He only felt that it was like a spear when he held it. He grabbed it and faced Yun Nuoxing's storm-like attacks. Just the energy shockwaves alone made the onlookers feel uncomfortable. This time, the two of them were fighting with all their might. The storm on the other side was no longer at the level that they could stir up in the beginning. However, it was still possible for them to use long-range attacks to sneak up on Yun Nuoxing. Mobilize the energy of the great nebula. Blast him. At the command, a huge amount of scarlet energy gathered from 6 directions and rushed towards Yun Nuoxing in an instant. Chong Kong did not retreat at all and kept him there. Get lost. A huge shadow appeared on Yun Nuoxing's body. He raised the netherworld ruined sword and smashed it into Chong Kong's spear. The silver-white and black energy rose at the same time. Chong Kong was stunned on the spot. This time, he did not have time to run away. He could only watch as the two energies of order and non-order sandwiched them in the center. The violent energy shockwaves continued to impact the entire celestial realm with them, as the sharp whistling of energy reverberated in his ears. The moment the mixed energy shockwaves bloomed, the energy that was aimed at them was scattered in an instant. The experts of the distorted race did not have time to defend themselves and were slapped into the void by the shockwaves. This time, some of them were left in the void forever and could not break free. The indiscriminate attack from the two energies had already seriously injured them the first time. They used all their strength to block the first impact, but they could not withstand the second one. Kong struggled to break free from the shockwaves. Not long after he had raised his strength to the maximum, he was forced out of that state. Being baptized in the center of two types of order energy was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Just as he stabilized himself, a huge shockwave that was like a planet colliding with him formed in front of him. Kong hurriedly blocked the attack in front of him. When a loud sound was transmitted into his body, he saw Yun Nuoxing's appearance clearly. The latter's aura had more than doubled. Every time you release it, you will become stronger, but it will also accelerate your own collapse. Kong sneered. You are courting death. A scarlet ring of energy erupted from Kong's spear. Yun Nuoxing raised the Netherworld Ruined sword and pointed it forward. The ring of energy automatically split into two when it touched the Netherworld Ruined sword and disappeared behind him. You talk too much. Yun Nuoxing slowly walked forward, his gaze inadvertently sweeping across those surging cracks and great nebulas. In the end, he looked at vast sky, who was standing there with a cold smile on his face and was not in a hurry to make a move. If you want to kill me, you can come. This is a gamble on my battle with the God Realm. All right, let's continue. Kong laughed loudly. He raised his spear with both hands, bent his body slightly, and suddenly disappeared from where he was. Yun Nuoxing raised the Netherworld Ruined sword and created a storm to drag Kong out of hiding. Before he could do anything, Kong had already rushed in front of him. The spear with a sharp cold light brushed past his ear. The cold air was very threatening. Those scarlet eyes and slightly twisted expression were comparable to his. I bet that you will fall into the abyss first. This time, I will definitely cut off your fingers one by one. Clang! His consciousness was a little blurry. He held on and used powerful attacks and powerful energy to cover everything. His soul was gradually losing control. He had fallen into madness. Absolute calmness did not work, so he might as well fall into madness and hang on to the last bit of clarity. He would hold on and hold on for a little longer. His body was falling apart. That wasn't a big problem. He just had to kill him first. He had to keep attacking, keep charging, and keep forcing himself into a dead end. If he didn't want to die together with him, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. Yun Nuoxing clearly knew that when he recklessly merged the two types of energy of order, two completely opposite forces, he knew the consequences. It was his own haste and recklessness that caused this disaster. However, he had no other choice. Death, he would not die. He knew this the best. The demonic figure had already reminded him that the dark energy that invaded his body had never completely disappeared. It was rooted in the bottom of his heart and had never grown stronger or dissipated. It would suddenly appear at this moment when he needed it. Origin, chaos. The chaotic energy of the fifth tremor spread the destructive energy to every corner of the world. Looking at Kong and the others flying backward and coughing up blood with ashen faces, Yun Nuoxing took deep breaths. When the energy impact ended, the energy in his body was so huge that it was comparable to the primeval god. However, his body was becoming more and more sluggish. It even took him a while to pull the Nether Void sword out of the space. The dozens of energy clones that were condensed from his energy suddenly stopped chasing the distorted champions. Their movements froze at the last moment. Then, they gradually dimmed and disappeared. The others were stunned. They did not realize what had happened. Looks like I've won, observer. A maniacal smile appeared on Changkong's pale face. His hands and spear were full of cracks. If he touched them casually, they would shatter together. Your body is the biggest battlefield. You fought so hard and so crazily. Now, you can't control your body anymore, can you? Yin Nuoxing raised his head. His hands trembled as he held the hilt of his sword. His aura were so majestic that even Changkong had to retreat. However, he was indeed about to be unable to move. It seemed like he was reaching his limit. If he had known, he would not have used it so often. If you can't move, I'll have won this war. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of him. Yin Nuoxing subconsciously raised the Nethervoid sword. Before he could react, Changkong's maniacal smile appeared in his eyes. Then, his hand clenched like a ghost claw. A ball of dark energy suddenly appeared in his hand and slammed into Yin Nuoxing's chest. A whisper like a demon's whisper sounded in his ears. Soul devour. In the next moment, Yin Nuoxing felt that his body was a little light. It was as if he was floating in the void. He lost gravity and all senses. The world fell into darkness. An unknown whisper came from the void. The whisper floated in his ears and echoed in his heart. It was as if there was some kind of musical instrument that was accompanied by a soft and low chant in his heart. The world fell into darkness. His world was swallowed by the darkness. He could not move, and his thoughts were slow. It was as if he had been exiled into the endless void. His five senses were still clear, but he could not sense anything. His energy body was not broken, but he could not concentrate. He could not distinguish himself. He was so low that it was as if he was falling into the depths of the abyss. He had lost himself and everything. He could not sense time and space. He had lost his connection with the eight elements realm and the Yuan realm. He had forgotten about the existence of the God realm. Just like that, he continued to sink and fall until he reached the bottom of the abyss. His cold heart seemed to be numb. The tiredness that he had suppressed for too long did not even want to explode. He let the tiredness that had accumulated slowly spread into his limbs and bones. Sink into oblivion, he reached out his hand in front of him absent-mindedly. He was like a drowning person trying to reach the surface of the water. Without the netherworld ruined sword, there was nothing, heaven and earth, symbiosis of celestial phenomena. His fingers trembled slightly, and a strand of golden runes appeared in his palm. In the eyes of Jing Yuanji and the others, Changkong smashed the black ball into Yin Nuoxing's chest. The latter was swallowed by the black ball, and then there was no more sound. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang were shocked. They opened their mouths and wanted to scream, but Jing Yuanji pressed them down. She lowered her head and bit her lips. She did not know what had happened, but she did not believe that the master had disappeared just like that. She did not believe that Master Feng would be defeated so easily. Changkong took a few steps back. Looking at the rolling darkness, he could not help but laugh and spread his arms. Look, this is the darkness in your heart, the quagmire and shackles that you cannot break free from. These are the eternal shackles that you have placed on yourself. If you were a pure life form of order, Soul Devour would not have worked at all. He suddenly froze and quickly shut his mouth. A few hours ago, he had said something similar. Then, the person in front of him slapped him in the face. He still remembered. He should not say anything now. However, he had been trapped in the dark quagmire by himself. There should not be any more changes. You can slowly disintegrate in the eternal darkness. The realm of the gods is ours. Changkong turned around abruptly, his gaze sweeping past Jing Yuanji and the others, but he did not look at them. He merely swept his gaze across the entire divine realm, and as he walked further and further away, the numerous rifts and nebulas that traversed the divine realm began to stir again. Countless chaos minions and giant minions gathered into a chaotic tide and surged into the space of the divine realm. There were tens of millions, hundreds of billions, and this torrent was enough to flatten the defenseless divine realm to the very end. The sunlight of the divine realm pierced through the crimson nebula and dyed it red. It then pierced through the chaotic, demonic clouds. The remaining weak sunlight illuminated the barren land and sprinkled scarlet spots of light on everyone's faces. Looking up, the sunlight dimmed. The light of the world was fading away bit by bit. The once magnificent mountains in the distance had long been turned into a wasteland. At this moment, only a simple black silhouette was left in the dim light. The once magnificent mountains and rivers were gone, leaving behind only desolation and tragedy as the end of the world approached. It seemed to symbolize the end of the divine realm. Jing Yuanji stood up and looked down at Feng Qingwang. "Little angel, let's switch places. Come with me. Yuan Kong, you go to Qingwang. Retreat into the void. Don't look back. Go to the front lines. Maybe," she gritted her teeth, "maybe we can come back one day." The little angel emerged from Feng Qinghuang's body and looked at her. "What about you?" Jing Yuanji looked at the chaotic crimson tide and the black sphere where Feng Qinghuang was. She clenched her fists. "I can't retreat. I'm going to find Feng Qinghuang. I won't turn back until I succeed." The little angel nodded. She turned around and patted Yuan Kong's head. "That's it. Take them with you." Yuan Kong's eyes widened. She suddenly opened her mouth and pointed behind them. That big idiot is still alive." Jing Yuanji and the others suddenly turned around. On the surface of the black ball, there was some silver-white light. Needle-like silver-white light emerged from the surrounding space. The scope of this strange phenomenon slowly spread into the distance until the space within 100 miles was filled with these silver-white needles. Then, like a stream, they drilled into the black ball. The black ball suddenly trembled violently. Chang Kong sensed that something was amiss. He turned around and frowned. He slowly took a step forward. Suddenly, he saw that at the end of the world, there were some huge objects that were slowly materializing. They formed a huge black wall in the distance. It looked like a huge black tower. The pillars of creation. Why are they all here? Jing Yuanji looked at the black towers that led to the top of the realm of the gods in shock. Mei Mao trembled. She felt that something was happening in the realm of the gods. Something was happening. The pillars of creation in the entire realm of the gods suddenly emitted silvery, white energy pillars that were more than 10,000 miles wide. They gathered at the top of the Kuan Yuan region and merged into a solid silvery light pillar that was only 10 feet in size. Then it fell on a black sphere where Yin Nuoxing was. The huge amount of energy set off an energy storm. Chang Kong and the others, who were slightly shocked, were pushed back a few steps. The black sphere was covered in silvery white cracks. It completely melted in a few seconds. Yin Nuoxing's figure appeared against the light. Along with him, hundreds of millions of boundless formations appeared. A huge silvery formation spread out in the sky and enveloped the entire realm of the gods. The vast and endless energy of the realm of the gods poured into the formation. Finally, it fell from the sky of the Kuan Yuan region and gathered around Yin Nuoxing. Yin Nuoxing opened his arms slightly and turned to Chang Kong. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes had become completely dark. The whites of his eyes and eyeballs were submerged in the chaotic darkness. It was impossible to distinguish them. His voice seemed to come from the void with a slight tremble. "I am the embodiment of the will of the realm of the gods. I am the eternal observer of the imperishable world. I alone am the entirety of the realm of the gods. From the beginning to the end, what you have to deal with is the realm of the gods. As long as I am here, the realm of the gods will also be here." Chang Kong looked at the sea of silvery white formations. His expression finally became very interesting. He looked at the one-man army in shock. For a moment, he felt his mouth go dry. His mentality was a little shaken. He looked at the pair of eyes that were like black holes. His mind trembled slightly. Borrowing the power of the realm of the gods to forcibly suppress the mind that has already fallen. "I am chaos. You and I are the same." Yin Nuoxing's distant voice came from the void. "What fall? At most, I will lose all control and return to my original heart. Destruction and chaos." "Lunatic, you are a F***king lunatic." Chang Kong lost his composure and roared. He was right. He had not fallen. At this moment, he had not fallen. He had just forcibly suppressed the abnormal state just now. No one had ever been able to return to normal under the guidance of the Soul Devourer. He might be the first in history. The gamble is not over yet. Your army, my power, we have not used up all of this. We have not offered up everything. Yin Nuashing did not say anything. The solid energy pillar that covered half of his body gradually dissipated. The huge formation above his head and the countless formations behind him rumbled and began to operate. Let's continue. Chong Kong felt as if he had been completely torn apart. How could there be someone who could be so abnormal? Gathering the power of the entire world into one? Damn it, what kind of joke is this? Chapter 1468. Every one of us is trapped in a cage called ego. We use our own cognition to understand the entire world, the entire void, and the entirety Yuan realm. In the end, we lock ourselves in an eternal cage defined by ourselves. We look up at the world outside and watch the void and the void circulate. We want to remove the shackles, but we can't make up our minds. Isn't this the so-called shackles? I put them on for myself, and you put them on for yourself. Destroy everything, be it the shackles or the ego. We meet here on this narrow path of nothingness and use everything as a bargaining chip. Come, this is the choice made by the truest ego. The destructive energy of destruction rained down on the entire realm of the gods indiscriminately. It perished together with the tide of chaos. Endless energy was scattered under the void. In the center of the light, Yin Nuashing's body was only exposed from the waist up. Her entire lower body was drowned by the countless silver-white light that had gathered. The light originated from the entire realm of the gods. It originated from the sky, the earth, and the void of the realm of the gods. It was like a spinning pleated skirt. It was a huge silver energy vortex. He waved his hands without any pattern or pattern. His consciousness, soul, and spirit all spread out and merged with the entire realm of the gods. He became one with the countless arrays. He waved his hands as if he was dancing with those arrays. They all became an extension of his body. Behind Long Sky was an energy nebula that was formed by the fusion of 6 great nebulas. The great nebula exploded with tens of millions of energy attacks every second. They were all directed at Yin Nuashing and that dazzling silver-white light. Together with the power of the entire tide of chaos, all of them were focused on the latter. Only the countless images of energy collisions, explosions, and mutations were left in their sights. Endless energy phenomena bloomed freely between heaven and earth, turning into many strange illusions. It was as if the terrifying products of nightmares had all crawled into the realm of the gods. It was as if ghosts that had been trapped in hell for countless years had been released. No one knew how many kinds of thoughts and wills were contained in these hundreds of millions of energy collisions. Every grand energy explosion seemed to have ignited a piece of the starry sky. All spawns merge in the rift before descending into the realm of the gods. Everyone, attack with all your might. Don't hold back. There's no need for any backup. Long Sky's scarlet eyes became calm and unusually cold. It only took a short while for his mental breakdown to return to normal. It did not take long for him to organize the forces to counterattack. However, what they had to deal with was the power of the entire realm of the gods. They did not know where to start, and they did not know how to fight. They did not know how to continue fighting. Long Sky suddenly stopped attacking. 7 dim god halos appeared behind him. He opened his right hand, and the dark god halo suddenly lit up. Wisps of dark energy spread out from his arm and merged into the large nebula behind him. Suddenly, a part of the crimson energy nebula turned into a pure dark color. From time to time, there was a burst of terrifying energy in that area. A moment later, the black energy nebula seemed to have turned into a layer of clouds. The dark area suddenly protruded high up, and a huge object was passing through the clouds and appearing in the realm of the gods. It was a tree that was a mixture of dark and crimson. Its entire body was crimson, and the black crown of the tree was a strange moving shadow. After the tree appeared, some dark energy was gradually released from its body and shrouded the entire energy nebula. You've transformed into the realm of the gods, and I've been preparing for countless years. We'll bet all our worlds. Our chips are the same. Dozens of thousands of miles wide torrents of dark energy burst out from the dark energy nebula. They tore through the space of the realm of the gods and rushed toward Yun Nuashing. Yin Nuashing half raised her head and did not look at the energy that was rushing toward her. She waved her hands, and many silver and gold magic circles were strengthened by several magic circles. They were aimed at the torrents of dark energy. A moment later, an equal amount of order energy was released. Boom! Bang! The absolute power of order and chaos exploded in the air. Dozens of energy shock waves bloomed into a grayish-white ring of energy in the air. It streaked across the entire space, and the energy of both sides froze for a moment. Their attacks slowed down for a moment, and then they exploded again in the next moment. The battle that took place around the entire realm of the gods was just one person fighting against the power of an entire race. Just the power of one race against the power of an entire world. No one dared to get close to that ball of light. All melee attacks were suicidal. That huge silver-white energy vortex was enough to incinerate anything that entered its range. Divine bodies and souls would not be left behind. Even Vaskai did not dare stay in that area for too long. That was a place that contained the energy, order, and laws of the entire realm of the gods. It was as dazzling as a galaxy, and, at the same time, it was extremely dangerous. You won't be able to suppress that influence forever. The chaotic order will bring you the most terrible nightmare. The longer you suppress it, the worse the nightmare will be. Vaskai murmured. The great nebula behind him released an unusually dazzling light of darkness, gathering the energy of countless worlds and making it unusually violet. Streaks of chaotic and destructive energy streaked across the sky and fell on the realm of the gods. The huge energy explosion engulfed the entire region, and the vast energy cleansed everything on the land. Yin Newell remained silent. The countless magic circles that were rotating responded to his words with a neat burst of energy. The silver magic circle that was hanging high in the sky was dyed with the color of the starry sky. It was like a plate of the galaxy. It was still absorbing energy continuously. After that, it started to rain in the starry sky. Raindrops and water pillars that were tens of thousands of feet in size fell on the celestial realm. The power of order washed away all the influence brought by the power of darkness, harvesting the tide of chaos that was rampaging across the celestial realm. Jing Yuanji and the others were in the only calm area in the chaotic battlefield. The existence of the circle kept them from being affected by the storm outside. They would occasionally launch one or two attacks, but in the chaotic battlefield, it was just one or two attacks that were insignificant. The storm would destroy them in an instant. Even if millions of chaos spawns were destroyed, it would not affect the overall situation. The deafening roar attracted the attention of Jing Yuanji and the others. Suddenly, an earth-shattering destructive energy of order erupted from the silver-white light zone where Yun Nua was located. The light gathered for a few seconds, and hundreds of silver-white ice dragons soared into the sky and swooped down in all directions. 9 of the ice dragons went against the sky, and wherever they passed, an icy blue cyclone was formed, freezing space and energy. Ice breaking circle. The huge ice dragon was like a moving mountain as it rumbled across the sky and the earth. The energy that froze everything in the world dispersed the tide of chaos and sealed it in ice. The 9 ice dragons that rushed towards Chong Kong and the others froze a large area of space before fusing into one dragon and pouncing on a ladder. The dark nebula behind him surged out a few tiny energy beams and easily pierced through the ice dragon. The two energies collided and annihilated each other. triggering another energy explosion. The energy storm erupted high in the sky and blew Chankong's face a little askew. Those few tiny energy beams did not directly annihilate after piercing through the ice dragon. There were still a few that passed through the range of the energy explosion and silently shot towards Yunhua planet like cold arrows. However, they stopped abruptly when they passed through the spacious silver-white energy vortex. They did not last for more than a few seconds before they were annihilated by the order energy. Chankong narrowed his eyes and waved his right hand gently. The great nebula suddenly shrank and then suddenly doubled in size. A few huge vortex holes emerged from the nebula. Tiny black energy whips whipped towards Yunhua at lightning speed. However, not a single energy beam could pass through the silver vortex. Chankong sighed helplessly. Complete order. There's no loophole at all. Looks like we can only wait. The observer's condition was not right. He would not be able to hold on for long like this. The moment he could no longer suppress himself and lose control, Chankong poured all his energy into that one attack. He would kill him first before thinking about the future. He did not need any more surprises. Trespassing into the realm of the gods. Die. Yin Nuashing's telepathic thoughts swept across the entire realm of the gods. The cold, killing intent contained in that telepathic thought seemed to have frozen the entire void. The silver Tao astrolabe suddenly trembled and released hundreds of thousands of energy beams. Those huge energy beams solidified and continuously released violent energy storms in all directions. The storms almost engulfed the entire realm of the gods. The normal chaos minions could not even last 10 seconds in the storm before they were blown away. The giant chaos minions that did not have sentience and consciousness were also much weaker and could not last long in the storm. Moreover, they were trapped in the swamp of the storm, and their movements became slower and slower. Gradually, they were dragged towards the center of death and were then annihilated bit by bit. Continue attacking. Drag it out until he collapses first. That was the only order Chankong had from the beginning to the end. He felt his teeth ache as he watched the billions of chaos minions being killed every second. The giant chaos minions could not be fused so quickly, and without a mind to control them, their combat power would be much weaker. Now, that was the only attack they had left. Since they were not fast enough, they could only let some of the non-fused cannon fodder go and buy time. If the observer's attacks were slowed down, he would definitely instantly direct all his attacks towards them. By then, they might not even be left with a pile of ashes, let alone survive. Fortunately, although the observer was not his right mind, he would still follow his instincts and protect the realm of the gods. Otherwise, this pure human wave tactic would not have any effect at all. Boom. Bang. In that 1 second of distraction, another energy of unknown magnitude landed on their side. It crashed into the crimson energy barrier and created a huge wave of destruction. The entire barrier, along with the great nebula behind it, trembled violently. Even the dark tree trembled and shook off a few leaves. Do you also feel threatened by him? Even you are afraid? Chankong caught a falling leaf and could not help but mutter to himself. He looked at the tree in a daze, sighed, and turned his gaze back to the place where the silver-white light was blooming. Their attacks did not stop. Both sides were tacitly restraining each other and cooperating to attack and defend. The observer's attention was gradually focused on them, and the number of attacks was getting more and more frequent. Logically speaking, no matter how special the Empyrean god of origin was, there should be a limit to his capacity. Even if he was a special model, the 10 or 20 energy worlds that he came with should have been used up. He was connected to the realm of the gods in some special way. And even if he could directly mobilize the energy of the entire realm of the gods, such an unscientific situation should not happen. As long as it was the energy he released, no matter where it came from, the energy impact contained his consciousness. Even if he had mixed his own energy into it, this had little to do with him mobilizing the energy of the realm of the gods for attack and defense. It could only be said that his capacity was terrifyingly large. In any case, Chong Kong felt that if he had not entered the realm of Yuanshi to find trouble with them today, he reckoned that the observer would have 10,000 ways to defeat them, and the process would be no different from playing a game. With such combat power, the underworld would not be able to punish them. Bang! Boom! Chong Kong suddenly woke up. He had been in a daze for too long. A series of brilliant energy fireworks exploded on their barrier, and even the barrier of the primeval god of origin was covered with dense cracks like a spiderweb. Looking at the one-sided battle, Chong Kong could not help but sigh and wave his hand. Everyone back off. You guys control that energy. He was about to find a way to hold Yin Nuashing back when he suddenly realized that the whole world was silent. This made him look down in confusion. He saw that Yin Nuashing's movements had suddenly stopped, and the magic circles had all dimmed and gradually melted into the void, leaving hundreds of abnormally large and silver-white astrolabes hanging high in the sky. And they seemed to have become very unstable. Chong Kong was stunned for a moment before he slowly turned his gaze. Could it be time is up? The energy attack that was so fierce that it almost broke his defense in an instant was the final counterattack? Yun Nuashing suddenly groaned in pain and covered her face with her hands. Her upper body shook from time to time as if she was enduring great pain. Her entire body became transparent, and even the silver-white vortex became transparent. It was as if she had left the space of the real world and half of it had melted into the void. "Master Feng," Jing Yuanji exclaimed, thinking that something had happened to him. She hurriedly rushed over, but the transparent silver-white vortex was still spinning. As soon as she got close, a huge force resisted her approach and even bounced her back. The little angel hurriedly flew over to catch her and brought her back a distance. "Be careful. Half of the little star and energy is in the real world, and the other half has merged with the land of nothingness. His body is now mixed with the power of the void and nothingness. It's very unstable." Seeing how much pain Yun Nuashing was in, Chong Kong laughed maniacally. He was about to give the order to attack at full force while he was about to mobilize the dark energy when the silver-white astrolabe in the sky suddenly trembled intensely. However, it was not about to collapse. Instead, streams of massive energy light pillars, which were 10,000 lis long, plunged down like a torrential downpour. On the ground and in void space, layers and layers of terrifying energy waves swept through the entire world. The few huge formations that were suspended in midair and had yet to dissipate also sent out streams of energy shock waves in all directions. One of the attacks happened to hit right in front of them, and the crimson barrier that was on the verge of collapse finally collapsed at this moment. The energy repercussions from the explosion and the shock waves sent everyone, with the exception of Chong Kong, flying. That tree also flashed abruptly and became unstable. The divine world was already riddled with holes. Half of it was created by their energy, while the other half was left behind by the observer's repeated attacks. Right now, he had already lost control, and his formations went out of control as well. The energy that rained down on the divine world was destroying this part of Miracle World bit by bit. Chong Kong was planning to use all of his energy to pierce through the observer, but he saw a scene that astonished him. One of the gigantic derivatives had dashed up to the observer due to his carelessness in the attack. That silver-white energy vortex quickly destroyed half of its body. Based on its destructive instincts, it had gathered all of its energy into one attack. Perhaps it was because the distance was close enough, or perhaps it was because of some other reason, but that attack had penetrated through all of the defenses and touched the observer. Then it passed right through his body, like a stick hitting a shadow, hitting nothing. Half of the body melted into the void, an invincible state bestowed by order. Chong Kong narrowed his eyes, feeling his cheeks twitching nonstop. No, it should be that there's no way for him to be hit. Even if he were to use attacks that stand on all levels of the void, it would still be useless. Everyone, retreat for now. The derivatives in the cracks continue to merge. It's not the time to fight him head-on yet. Judging the current situation, Kong decisively gave the order. Looking at his wrinkled face, he seemed to be in an extremely bad mood. Time and time again, just when he thought that he would be able to get rid of the observer, the latter would always be able to come up with some new surprises for him. The observer was really good at hiding. But it doesn't seem like it was intentionally caused by him. Do we really have to wait for him to regain his senses before we can attack him? Yin Nuoxing's translucency was getting more and more serious. It was as if he was going to break away from the real world, disappear from this place, and eventually meld into the void. The only thing that could tell that he was still here were those huge formations that had gone crazy. They were unleashing indiscriminate attacks in all directions without any rules or control. No one knew what they were doing, or rather, he, who had fallen into an abnormal situation, thought that there was something in those directions that was attacking. He thought that he was still fighting, still attacking the enemy. Little star, wake up! The little angel took advantage of the chaos to get to Yin Nuoxing's side. She was the only one who could safely pass through those chaotic energies to get to his side. Just as she placed her hand on Yin Nuoxing's hand, her expression suddenly trembled. Her golden eyes trembled slightly. His mental state is very chaotic. There are two types of order. Dozens of energies are fighting in the spiritual plane. What should we do? Dozens of energies? Jing Yuanji, who was anxiously watching from afar, was stunned. She recalled the situation that Lord Hui and Lord Feng had inadvertently revealed when they were talking. She mumbled and said uncertainly, two types of order. It can only be caused by two types of order energy, and it's caused by those dozens of energies fighting. There are probably dozens of origin energies in here. As for the non-order energy, I'm not sure. Jing Yuanji shook her head blankly. She had no idea how to deal with this situation. It was also the first time in her life that she had seen someone with two types of order at the same time. A long, painful howl descended from the sky. It was a tormented consciousness roaring madly. The little angel could tell that it was his divine sense, his consciousness, and his voice. He suddenly put down his hands and lowered his head. His face was full of confusion. Dozens of colors flashed wildly in his widened eyes, as if he was showing her the crazy battle on the spiritual plane. Boom! Boom! The raindrops and rain pillars falling from the sky became even faster. The destructive will buried deep in his heart was stimulated by the non-order energy, as if it wanted to use him to destroy the world he protected. The realm of the gods was already full of holes. If it was really destroyed by the observer, well, the observer did have the right and choice to do so. He had already executed the final wither once in the ancient era, but this time, has he completely broken down? Kong's scarlet eyes stared at Yin Nuoxing. After entering the realm of Yuanshi, he seemed to be able to see some things more directly, such as the latter's divinity and order. The spiral-shaped fog that appeared from his body seemed to be dissipating. His divinity and order were starting to dissipate, which meant that this god had also fallen into a state of collapse. Kong sighed. What a drama. He had done everything he could to kill the will of the realm of the gods, the final barrier. He had risked his entire race, and both sides had suffered great losses. He had even almost died here. In the end, it was the observer who had broken down himself. He had forced himself into a dead end time and time again, leaving no way out for himself. If he was in the observer's position, Kong felt that he would have been defeated by the time the army of the realm of the gods went to support the middle realm. What a terrifying enemy. What a respectable opponent. Kong slowly closed his eyes. There was no need to do anything now. This battle had finally come to an end. They only needed to wait for the observer to break down, and no one in the realm of the gods would be able to fight against them. The little angel looked at Yin Nuoxing, who was falling apart bit by bit. It was so anxious that it flapped its wings. It held on tightly to his hands, and its golden eyes kept flashing. In the 60,000 times it had calculated the result in its heart, it could not find any effective way to stop him from falling apart. However, it felt as if he was calling for it. The weak cry for help in its heart was frozen in the bottom of its heart, and it could not be transmitted. That cold heart seemed to be crying, "If you're alone, there are some things that can't be done. Even if you stretch out your hands, you won't be able to reach the other side." The little angel whispered softly. It smiled bitterly and helplessly. Its body gradually became transparent. Countless golden particles floated out from its body and rapidly merged into Yuan Nuoxing's mind. It also gradually became a ball of light. "Idiot, this is what you told me. You've never been alone." The golden ball of light surged into Yuan Nuoxing's mind without a sound. Compared to what was happening in the realm of the gods, this was not even considered a ripple. However, when Chang Kong saw this scene, his eyes widened. A strong sense of uneasiness rose in his heart once again, and instantly, all of his thoughts were clouded. The illusory figure and the huge vortex instantly became solid. All of the darkness on Yuan Nuoxing's body disappeared without a trace, and it returned to its pure silver-white color. That pair of eyes released a solid silver-white light, and that light sent a signal to everyone in the world: madness. He had awakened, but he had also completely fallen into madness. He suddenly raised the Nethervoid sword. Countless silver-white lights gathered around him to form dozens of energy swords that were millions of miles long. They were all pointed in Chang Kong's direction. The light of energy filled the sky, and dozens of energy swords slashed down with the power to split the world. Outsiders all deserve to die. In the next moment, chaotic waves of destruction surged out with enough energy to shatter the primordial realm. Chang Kong's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle, and his heart stopped beating. Chapter 1469. The energy shockwave from the giant sword caused the entire world to tremble. The destructive energy wave rushed to the edge of the realm of the gods in an instant and swept towards the faces of vast sky and the others. The two destructive shock waves instantly destroyed the energy barrier that they hastily formed. It was as if the energy of the void galaxy had unreservedly crushed through their bodies. The distorted domain that vast sky had forcefully held up suddenly shattered after a few seconds. He and his people rushed into the dark energy nebula. The nebula had become a lot thinner due to the destructive shockwave. Half of the nebula had dissipated, and the giant tree was also flickering with a flickering light. It seemed like it was also heavily damaged. "Disturb my peace. Die." Yuan Nuoxing raised his head and slowly raised his arms above his head. Countless silver-white energy runes flashed on his hands. A magic circle that was 1,000 feet in size appeared on his hands. It was aimed straight at the magic circle that encompassed the entire realm of the gods. After an extremely dazzling flash of energy, 1,000 feet in size energy pillar suddenly shot into the sky and crashed into the silver-white astrolabe. The astrolabe trembled violently. In the pouring rain, more energy pillars suddenly fell onto the ground. It was as if a giant energy sword had pierced deeply into the ground, leaving behind scorching marks of destruction. The realm of the gods that had long been in ruins was now completely destroyed. "This guy is—" Vast Sky recovered from the energy nebula and shook his head. He was stunned when he saw the self-destruction of his entire sect. However, he quickly realized that all the energy was chasing after the chaotic spawns and the energy aura that they had left on the realm of the gods. It was completely cleansing and erasing them. Why do I feel like he has caused more damage to the realm of the gods than we have? The realm of the gods that had completely fallen into chaos and madness. Yuan Nuoxing was only subconsciously clearing away the distortion energy on the realm of the gods. Those moving energy swords would explode with a huge energy shockwave every 10 seconds or so. In an instant, the realm of the gods was washed over dozens of times. The ground had collapsed by dozens of feet. "No, that guy." Vast Sky's expression froze. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. He quickly shouted, "Quickly retract the spawn cracks." That guy is destroying this part of the void. No, no, it's too late. Throw those worlds away. As soon as he started talking, the distorted experts had already sensed that something was wrong and took measures. But when they took out the worlds used to create the chaos spawns, they were stunned. There was a faint silvery white light blooming from the center of those worlds. It spread wildly inside the world and was destroying the world. The silvery white energy seemed to be pouring in through those cracks. Oh my God, this crack doesn't have the ability to reverse flow, right? One of the distorted powerhouses shouted in horror. His companions screamed in panic, and hurriedly through the world light orb they were holding into the starry sky with all their might. Long Sky took a step forward and grabbed the light orb in the former's hand and threw it out as well. More than a dozen world light orbs instantly passed through the energy nebula and into the starry sky. Before they could fly far, the silvery white energy within them suddenly exploded. A dazzling energy flashed through the darkness of the nebula and appeared before their eyes. A shock wave that came from the starry sky and was twisted by several forces swept over in an instant. After taking a direct hit from the energy shock wave, Long Sky's face was covered in cold sweat. He was glad that he had detected it early enough. If he had been 1 or 2 seconds late, the energy that flowed back into the world light orbs would have exploded all at once. It would have been enough to wipe out everyone except him. It did not matter if they were cannon fodder or not. Those chaos spawns, even the cracks had been destroyed. What else could the spawns that were left on the divine realm do? There was probably nothing they could do. Long Sky understood this and let out a long sigh. It was their turn now. He was about to mobilize the last of the energy in the nebula to fight to the death when he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the energy in the nebula. He quickly turned around and saw that there was some silvery white energy left in the dark nebula. It was like maggots eating away at the nebula. Seal off your divinity and order. That energy is eroding us. Long Sky shouted and put away his god ring. At that moment, he also felt that his body had become much lighter. It was as if he had gotten rid of a burden that he had been carrying for countless years. It was only then that he realized that the erosion had not just appeared. It had just erupted. They had been affected by the order energy for a while without him knowing it. He easily resolved the corrosion caused by the order energy. However, when he turned around to look at the others, his expression changed. It would take more effort for the others to deal with the order energy. Moreover, it was just the aftermath of the order energy. If it was a direct attack, they might not even be able to make it out alive. Retreat into the energy nebula and prepare to use that energy. Remove the seal and release it all. That is our final trump card and the only method we can use, Long Sky shouted. But sir, isn't it used to deal with? The person who seemed to be in charge of something narrowed his eyes. His voice was filled with shock. We can't care so much anymore. If we don't do our best, we might not even be able to leave the divine realm. Long Sky waved his hand. Do as I say. We're going to deal with the entire divine realm. Yes. If we don't hurry up. Long Sky looked at the dazzling divine realm and muttered to himself in a low voice. It's going to be too late. Although he had used it a few times just now, he had only mobilized a small portion of the energy to attack. He did not intend to use that card completely. However, looking at the current situation, if he held back at all, he was afraid that no one would be able to remove the weeds from his grave next year. From the beginning of the battle until now, they were the only ones left from the distorted race. Even their home had been wiped out. He did not think of making a comeback. From the beginning of the battle, he could only fight to his death. He knew it too late and realized it too late. Now that the world barrier and the void were completely sealed, it was unrealistic for him to escape alone. The dazzling sparks from the realm of the gods were extinguished bit by bit, and not a single bit of the power of distortion was left on the continent. After seeing that the energy was clearly fading, Long Sky quickly gathered his own energy, forming layers of energy barriers in front of him. Suddenly, 5 figures condensed from dark energy walked out of the great nebula. They looked no different from the chaos spawn, but with a different paint job. They were condensed from the dark energy of the demonic shadow. The 5 black spawn walked to the front of the energy barrier under Long Sky's control. They pressed their hands against the space in front of them. The dark energy quickly condensed into a powerful order barrier. Outsiders, you all deserve to die. The giant sword shattered the void. The silver-white energy impact was like a ring of stars. It carried a vast impact and affected the entire starry sky in an instant. The ring crashed into Long Sky's barrier, leaving rings of vibrating ripples and silver-white energy runes. The vibrations that passed through the barrier made Long Sky feel as if the entire void was shaking. He only felt that his soul was trembling and splitting in half. He shook his head and quickly regained his senses. When he saw the silver-white runes stuck to the barrier, he suddenly felt as if something had locked onto him and was staring at him. He looked uneasily at the divine realm. He saw that the observers suddenly turned to face them. The madly spinning magic circles and the 6 silver-white divine rings that appeared overlapped and circled behind him. The huge magic circle in the sky gradually shrank with the sound of energy vibrating. It shrank until it was only 100 miles wide. The center of the energy vibrating array was aimed at them, making his heart palpitate. At the same time, a weak trembling sound rang in his ears, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Fall together with this void. It was so bright that he could not look at it directly. The energy that was more terrifying than the disintegration of order was aimed at where they were in a form that he could not identify or analyze at all. After a moment, it burst out with a loud bang. The huge silver energy beam that seemed to carry the entire grand primordial realm smashed into his barrier. There was no way to completely avoid the impact. Long Sky spat out a mouthful of blood. His already weak body could not take it anymore. He knelt down on one knee. He held his hands in front of him to withstand the continuous impact of the energy. The pure and absolute power of order and the aura of the heavenly god of origin continued to bombard dozens of layers of energy barriers. Every single barrier was occupied by bright, white energy runes. They spread across the barriers like snowflakes falling on a window. The barriers were being frozen bit by bit and were being destroyed bit by bit. In just a short 5 seconds, half of the barriers he had set up had been destroyed. The 5 black barriers were also exposed to the huge impact of the energy. It was absolute power of order against absolute power of chaos. The strange phenomenon of the energy explosion caused his heart to tremble. The clash of power was even more intense and terrifying than the clash of 2 different powers of order when the observer used his own body as the battlefield to accommodate the power of order. Boom! The vibrating energy could not completely avoid passing through the barrier and affecting the sky. He could only feel the pain in his soul. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead like a stream. The 5 dark figures beside him suddenly took a step forward. The 5 energy barriers directly came into contact with the energy torrent. Immediately, bright white runes of energy climbed up the barriers. According to what he knew just now, if those runes covered the entire barrier, no matter how tough and invincible the barrier was in theory, it would instantly collapse as if it was assimilated by the energy of order. The 5 dark barriers seemed to be the same. It was just that they were able to withstand the impact of the energy of order for a longer period of time. Longer, a little longer. Bang! The violent energy explosion came from not far in front of him. Long Sky quickly turned around and saw that half of a darkspawn's body had suddenly exploded. It turned into a gust of black energy wind that blew behind him and disappeared. Bright white energy runes quickly appeared on the remaining half of its body. It collapsed bit by bit and gradually disintegrated. The energy barrier that it controlled also collapsed bit by bit as it disappeared. No. Long Sky muttered blankly. He forced himself to stand up while feeling weak. He reached out to grab the darkspawn that only had a head left. The bright white runes instantly swallowed the latter's remains and disappeared. His outstretched hand was only in time to touch the dissipating bright, white energy. Gentle. It should be like this. The origin energy should be like this. He recognized it. But this origin energy that represented the supreme order in front of him, he could only feel the taste of violence and madness that was enough to destroy the entire Yuan realm. Hold on a little longer. Long Sky gritted his teeth and went forward. He squeezed out the distorting power in his body. He suddenly roared angrily. The scarlet energy that came out of his body turned into a dark red in the next moment. It was like the dark red that appeared when the sun was destroyed. The energy crazily pushed forward and even replaced the dark energy barrier for defense. Yin Nuoxing's eyes that were covered in silver light narrowed slightly. Her voice echoed softly in the void. The power of divine destruction. Jing Yuanji looked at this scene. The two energies exploded and a strong wind blew in this area. She reached out to stroke her long hair and murmured, "It's that power." Lord Feng said that it was the power of divine destruction. We encountered a sneak attack from this power once. It seems that the distorted race has it. I just don't know why they only used it now. The power of divine destruction. Siyu and Feng Qingwang murmured. They raised their heads and looked at the battle that used all the power of the two races. They were silent. "Hi, you recognize this?" Long Sky was sweating profusely. He heard Yin Nuoxing's words. This concept was probably first spread by the people from the underworld. He also used this name. That's right, the power of divine destruction, a sad proof of the Yuan realm, a power that is not very useful. You have it too. You have it too. We're the same kind of people. You and I are the same kind of people. It's just that in order to survive, we have no choice but to walk the path that we have to face. We are just drifting under the general trend of the Yuan realm. I am, and you are also the same. Yin Nuoxing's hand that was controlling the array trembled slightly. The light in her eyes dimmed slightly. She lowered her head and murmured, "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Then your path may be the path that we all have. But it doesn't matter." The dim light and confusion only existed for a moment. In the next second, the light in his eyes suddenly bloomed. It seemed that he was only awake for a short while. An even more powerful energy burst out from the silver-white energy beam. Several energy shock waves exploded from the energy beam, shattering this part of the void. From the moment the energy poured out, the void where the realm of the gods was located had not been completely healed even once. The sudden increase in pressure caused Long Sky to groan and take a few steps back. His body was on the verge of collapsing. After taking out the power of God's destruction, his weakness became even more obvious. Both sides were recklessly squeezing out energy, and neither would stop until the moment they were defeated or the other was dead. Boom! Bang! Those few energy explosions were the last straw that broke the camel's back. The dark barrier that was eroded by the bright white energy runes and the dark red barrier collapsed the moment the energy shockwaves hit. Long Sky was hit into the dark nebula by the shockwaves. His soul and spirit were so dim that they were almost extinguished. The energy that surged from the realm of the gods was also extinguished, leaving behind a bright white energy cloud that slowly dissipated. Disintegrate, destroy. This attack will bring everything to an end. Yin Nuoxing drew a circle with her arms. Suddenly, two magic circles appeared in front of the huge silver astrolabe. One circle had dozens of colors flowing and surging, which seemed to be the colors that existed when the primordial realm was created. The other circle only had darkness, which was as pure as a shadow. The two magic circles slowly rotated around the center of the silver astrolabe. The energy from the two magic circles gradually divided the astrolabe into two colors like Tai Chi. Two miniature projections of the pillars of creation gradually emerged from the ground to his left and right. They were infected by countless energy and turned into two energy pillars. Kong crawled out of the dark nebula. He didn't even have the time to be shocked when he saw this scene. He gritted his teeth and rushed to the dark tree. standing under the tree. His body was forcibly restored to its peak state through the dark nebula. He crazily released all the energy in his body. The other members of the distorted race understood their master's intention. They all sat down on the branches and allowed the dark energy and dark runes to climb up their bodies. They all formed hand seals and tied their everything to the tree and the nebula. 10,000 spell sacrifice, soul return. The dark nebula was filled with the dark red power of divine destruction released by Long Sky. At this moment, another kind of energy that almost had the same aura appeared, but it was golden. It illuminated the starry sky with a golden glow. It was abnormally sacred, but it had the smell of non-order. It's another power of divine destruction. The two powers of divine destruction that we encountered that day are actually owned by the distorted clan. Jing Yuanji looked at the dark nebula that was dyed in 3 colors in astonishment. Her eyes widened. It's either you die or I die. All the energy and light in the world of the gods gathered at that point. Long Sky's scarlet eyes reflected the vision of a new energy star in front of him. Suddenly, he roared crazily. He forcibly controlled the 2 powers of divine destruction and the dark energy. Even though he was the heavenly god of the beginning, he was not an abnormal model like Yin Washing. Doing so caused his godly soul and spirit to deteriorate rapidly. The divine halo behind him was full of cracks and shattered bit by bit. The dark nebula behind him turned into a nebula vortex that collapsed into a huge hole that seemed to lead to another void area. Countless dark energy was crazily gathering on the black tree through the vortex. Yin Nuoxing's right hand touched the astrolabe in front of her. She stared at the bright dark full moon in the starry sky. A voice that originated from the void suddenly resounded. A destructive torrent of silver and darkness suddenly burst out. "Get out of my dream. Get out." Jing Yuanji turned pale with fright. She hurriedly pulled the few girls who had been watching in confusion and hurriedly ran away. That was a super collision that gathered all the energy of the entire God's world and the distorted clan. It was a final attack that combined the last strength of the 2 races. Moreover, Lord Feng had once again fused the energy of order and chaos. With the help of the energy of the God's world, the power of order and rules, this attack could directly penetrate the entire Yuan world. It was an indescribable movement, an indescribable vision, and a scene that could not be accurately observed. It was as if 2 void areas that had been ignited had collided with a loud bang. Everything in the world, the void, the chaos, and everything known in the Yuan world had been swept into the vortex of destruction, crushing everything and turning everything into dust. Jing Yuanji looked at the 2 clearly visible impact circles and impact belts formed by the collision of the 2 energies. She quickly used the little remaining power of her divine right to form a barrier to isolate the huge energy impact that was about to fall on the world of the gods. She looked at the scene blankly. Suddenly, she put her hands together and bowed her head. In the distant void front line, Hui and the people of the world of the gods who were fighting a bloody battle suddenly turned their heads and looked into the dark void. In front of them was the endless flames of war. Behind them was the nothingness and the void that could not see anything except for the angry beings of order. However, at this moment they all felt something. Something was happening in the world of the gods in the distance. That was the movement of the observer. "Maple," Hui murmured. He understood what was happening better than anyone else. Maple had mobilized all the powers of the world of the gods. They were also a part of the world of the gods. They also had the same feeling. However, in the current situation, in the battle before them, they could not divert their attention to look at anything. They could only turn their heads and throw all their complicated emotions into the battle in the void, pretending that they did not know anything. The world of the gods, the space and the void where Miracle World was located, was trembling intensely. There was an earthquake. No, it was the void that was trembling. The people standing on the ground could clearly see the battle in the Kuan-Yuan region. They were panicking and panicking, but only a little. It was not only because this was the world of the gods and they were careless, but also because they knew who was fighting. There was nothing they could do to help that existence. They could only pray. The ground in front of them and the space in front of them suddenly tilted due to the tremors. Those with sharp eyes noticed that the tall palaces were bending in the direction of the light. The cloudless sky for thousands of miles started to distort like water. The ground in that direction started to tilt bit by bit. Space turned into water and flowed in that direction. The entire space and the void started to tilt. Everything in the void and the real world started to tilt in that direction. They were tilting toward the fusion of the silver-black energy light pillar. The entire world was trembling crazily. 6 types of origin energies are not enough. Then 10 types, 12 types, or even 30 types, 60 types. Yin Nuoxing's low and crazy voice reverberated in this world. Then, as a series of sharp energy whistles rang out, the pillars of creation all turned silver-white in color. Massive amounts of energy started to circulate, and endless amounts of energy formed energy rays that crossed the world of the gods. They crossed countless distances and connected to Yin Nuoxing's body. Multiple types of energy that were filled with endless order appeared on his body, causing the formation that had already turned into a starlight plate to become even more dazzling. Boom! Along with the massive energy pressure, Chang Kong felt the pressure surging toward him. His face was so stifled that it became deformed. 3 types of abnormal energy circulated crazily in his body. The tree behind him had already mobilized all the energy that it could use, condensing everything that it had done in its life into this one attack. However, he still saw that their attacks were being suppressed bit by bit and were being pushed back to their side bit by bit. Boom! The sound of energy exploding echoed in his ears. That silver-black pillar of energy had pulled the entire world and the void toward it, causing the void to tilt and collapse bit by bit. It was the most violent and purest of energies. It was pure energy, and what he faced was a torrent of energy that contained all of the power of the divine realm. The entire divine realm, including the origin energy, was bearing down on him. There's nothing. Chang Kong's hands were shaking. His opponent was still increasing the stakes. He was betting everything, as he said. Everything he had added together was really heavier than the primordial realm. Even if he fell into the abyss of curses, using the complete energy of the Creator, 2 types of divine destruction powers, and the soul of the primeval god, he still could not suppress it. Chang Kong's face showed a hint of unwillingness and bitterness. Is this the end? Yin Nuoxing's entire body was wrapped in endless energy, as if he was being burned by the energy. The magic circle behind him that was integrated with the divine ring spun wildly. The wide silver-white vortex below him was dyed with brilliant colors by the origin energy that overflowed from his body. He was still increasing his strength bit by bit, even though it was already beyond the limit of his control. Even though this attack had reached 3 billion times the normal state and was still increasing, that number was still jumping crazily. Transparent, starry light clusters appeared behind him. Those were the worlds that carried his energy and origin energy. They jumped out one after another and lined up. There were a total of 36 of them. At this moment, they were all shining brightly, penetrating the limits of the world barrier and projecting themselves into this space. It was as if 36 starry skies had lit up, pouring out all the remaining origin energy at once. Adding all of this together, the energy that was already so huge that it could tear the primordial realm apart once again crossed another level. The light of the energy surged, suppressing Chang Kong's all-out attack. The darkness that symbolized eternity disappeared before his eyes, leaving behind only a brilliant light that seemed to contain the energy of the entire primordial realm descending before him. Chang Kong only felt that this moment was like eternity, so long, so far away. Unwillingness, regret, pity, Many emotions surfaced in his heart at once. But our races, planned for countless years, our long-cherished wish, the light that contained infinity and eternity, crushed everything with a boom, stirring up the land of nothingness as it streaked across the depths of nothingness. It was like a meteor that dragged out an unknown length of energy flames. In the end, one could only watch as it gradually dissipated. Changkong's resentful and regretful murmurs were drowned out by the energy flames, and only one person heard this murmur. It dissipated. Everything dissipated. As the energy disappeared into nothingness, the slanted void and the realm of the gods slowly returned to normal from the distorted space. The light and shadows that floated in the entire void gradually disappeared, and all the energy calmed down bit by bit, dissipating bit by bit. The entire world suddenly quieted down. You said that we are all floating in the primordial realm's general trend. That's right. Everyone in this world lives in this endless nothingness. Everything is just to survive, just to live. I am the same, and you're no exception. But what does your plan and long-cherished wish have to do with me? You walk your own path, so why must you squeeze onto our side? The countless energy anomalies on Yun Nuoxing's body faded one by one, and everything returned to zero. He fell backward in exhaustion, lying flat in the sky with his arms and legs spread out. The colors on his body also gradually dissipated. It was no longer the brilliant silver white, but turned into a pale white that had exhausted everything. In the end, we didn't get anything. In the end, what was it all for? Do you understand? I don't understand. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.